And we'll be exiting practice mode and going live. Anything you say going forward will be recorded.
All right, I'm calling the meeting to order. Do you want to call the roll?
Recording in progress.
Commissioner Croft? Present. Commissioner Tucker?
Present.
Commissioner Phillips?
Present.
Chair Sharp?
Present.
Vice Chair Mater? Present. Commissioner Gupta?
Present.
Commissioner Metz?
Present.
7 present.
All right. Do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
We do not tonight. Thank you.
All right. You want to do public comment for items not on the agenda?
If any member of the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press *9 now.
I'm staring.
No hands raised.
All right. With that, we'll close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I have an amendment to the minutes.
Oh, okay.
I would like to add on, these minutes are pretty voluminous. They're kind of like Lord of the Rings, but not quite the same narrative drive. On the packet page 23, which I think it said Commissioner Phillips asked what the output was. There's a paragraph there. I would like to add, kind of viewing it, staff asked if the outage scenarios presented would provide adequate insight to inform future consideration of microgrids in Palo Alto. Commissioner Phillips commented that would be more useful would be an understanding of the type and duration and possibly number of outages that would make the microgrid economical. I have this written out if some, obviously.
Anyone have an objection to adding that?
No.
Seeing no objection, we'll approve the minutes with that addition. So did someone make a motion?
I move approval of the minutes.
Second.
All right. You want to call the roll?
Commissioner Croft? Yes. Commissioner Tucker?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Chair Sharp?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater?
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta?
Yes.
Commissioner Metz?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Great. And now for the Utilities Director's report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager. So over the past month, the City Council has approved a few items in relationship to the utilities operations. So first in February, all of this is in the month of February, the Council had approved for us to execute an agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. If you recall, this is that $16.5 million grant for gas capital improvement. So ultimately, staff did execute on the city side of things. As I'm sure you are unsurprised to hear, at the federal side, this has not been executed yet. And PHMSA is revising T's and C's and expecting to provide guidance to grant recipients in the coming weeks. So we are awaiting work with the federal administration, and we'll update the commission as we know more. The council also approved various contracts for the Commercial and Industrial Energy Efficiency Program, the Water Smart Utilities Customer Portal, verified emission reductions for calendar year 2025 through 2034, as well as some on-call field inspection and construction management. So the last item that we talked about last month was the council was expected to review their work plan, their actual priorities and objectives at the end of the month. They ran out of time, so that will be heard in March by the council. All right. The commission is aware of the Green versus City of Palo Alto settlement. As an update to that, that was originally going to be paid out to class customers in a 3-year period. We're actually going to accelerate that. And so the payment that customers will receive in their bills between March 10th and April 11th will be a combination of both the second and third installment, and therefore complete all settlement actions and administration before the end of the close of this fiscal year. So we are going to be notifying customers with postcards to notify them of the accelerated payments. On the legislative front, So the 2025 legislative year deadline for bills was to be introduced, I should say, was February of 2021 or February 21st. And obviously, many of the bills lack substantive language, but for right now, ones of note, staff are tracking SB 540, which is to create a regional electricity market. We also are tracking AB 1207 and SB 840, which are looking to reauthorize cap and trade, an important revenue source, as you all know. The state fire marshal also released an updated fire hazard severity maps for the state of California in the month of February. For Palo Alto, as you would expect and consistent with past maps, Foothills region is mostly a mixture of high and very high hazard zones. There were some changes in the moderate fire hazard zones and will impact some of our key account customers. So as a city, we are moving through the process to do the appropriate postings, notifications, and then ultimately council action on those maps as required by the state. A question came up at a prior UAC about the total cost of grid modernization. So we thought we would provide clarity for the commission. The cost of grid modernization, basically the current budget, and this aligns with the 5-year CIP that was issued last year, will align with the 5-year CIP that will be issued this year, is estimated at $300 million. There is a resolution that the council approved for $350 million back in, I think it was December. The additional 50 million helps provide the flexibility should costs rise to seek reimbursement through whenever the issuance is done. So that, and obviously there are also costs of issuances as well. So when staff brought the resolution forward, they added in a little bit of a buffer, but ultimately the project still remains at that 300 million marker. The gas main replacement project 24B, which is scheduled to be completed at the end of this month. This is installing about 3.5 miles of gas main from Highway 101 to University to Webster and University. So you can see it's in a pretty trafficked area. So you might have seen the construction going on lately. We also have replaced the gas pipeline at Town and Country and on Gang Road. So we are currently working on Middlefield Road between Lytton and Hamilton to install the last section of pipe associated with this project. Just a quick update on hydro. As evident by today and the last month, we're basically at or above expected hydro levels. So we aren't looking at that as a risk this year. At a federal level, you probably have heard in recent headlines, there are some actions that staff are tracking associated with impacts to the Western Area Power Administration, WAPA, and the Central Valley Project. These are largely associated with grant funding and staffing impacts. So staff doesn't have anything to report, but just wants to flag that that is an area that we are watching, as I'm sure the commission and folks have seen the headlines. And then lastly, on the customer programs, on February 13th, the city launched a site of new program services to make it easier for residents to electrify their homes. So this includes rebates for heat pump heating, ventilation, and HVAC projects, as well as incentives for gas meter disconnections. The new, what we're calling quote unquote, the rebate hub allows customers to apply for rebates and request quotes from contractors. And you can find this and more information at the cityofpaloalto.org/electrify-my-home. And that concludes my comments for the day.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I guess that moves us on to new business. And that would be item number 2.
Thank you, Chair. We'll have staff come up and transition while folks pull up the PowerPoint. Thanks, Kaylee. Thanks, Rachel. Oh, you guys are going to share your screen? Oh, okay. Thanks, Lisa. So we've got Carla Daly and Lisa Belair to present.
Thank you. Excuse me for taking a moment there. Thank you so much. My name is Lisa Belier, Senior Resource Planner, and I wanted to point out we also have Matt Zuka here, Assistant Director of Water, Gas, Wastewater Engineering and Operations, and I'm sitting with Carla Daly. And this is going to be a short presentation, just a few slides trying to highlight some of the changes since we came to you in December with the preliminary rate proposals. And we also discussed these rate changes with the UAC Budget Subcommittee in February, and we've incorporated feedback from both of those meetings into the proposals. So thank you very much for that. I wanted to point out that the water utility provides pristine, reliable water to the city of Palo Alto residents and businesses. And it also maintains and replaces the infrastructure in the water distribution system. The proposal is for a 10% rate increase in 2026. And some of the drivers for that increase are the strategic use of 25 million of reserves over the past 3 years to mitigate the needed rate increases despite large wholesale rate increases over that time period. We've been able over the past 5 years to hold our water bill at increases at an average of less than 4% per year through the use of that strategy. And during that time, our revenues have only grown 1.3% per year on average. So and that's in part because there was a drought that ended in 2023. So that's the most recent drought, and that did reduce our revenues as a result of the good conservation work that occurred in Palo Alto and throughout the region. However, our costs are increasing by 5 to 6% per year, and our reserves are nearly exhausted. This plan increases rates by 10% per year. It also uses all of the remaining rate stabilization reserves, 3 million in 2025 and 1 million in 2026, as well as utilizing some of the operations reserves. We'll talk about that, and the CIP reserves. Compared to the preliminary rates, we heard from members of the UAC and members of the Finance Committee when we spoke to them about our preliminary rate proposals in December. We heard that a 10% increase would be more acceptable potentially to the community than what we had proposed at that time, which was a 14% overall water rate increase. So this proposal maintains that 10% rate increase, and the way that we accomplish that is through deferring capital work. So this plan defers about 4.6 million of CIP in 2026 and 2.5 million in 2028. So that's a total of 7.1 million of CIP that's deferred to after the 5-year planning period. That does potentially increase costs for that capital work because of capital inflation and maintenance and emergency repairs costs that could increase. I wanted to point out, and the rest of the slides will go much quicker. Most of my points are on this slide. SFPUC rate increase has changed a little bit so far this year. So in the report, you'll see that when we pulled that report together, the latest proposal we had was a range between 0.9 and I think it was 5.6%. Now, in February, right after we issued that report, SFPUC did release its most recent update. So we tried to provide that most recent information in the presentation. So what we did is present a 2%. So SFPUC's increase is a 2%, and we lowered the proposal for the distribution rate increase to 17%. So that remains at the same rate that we proposed last year. And the combination of those two rates in 2026 is the 10%. There is also an alternative proposal that we've outlined in the report that I'm sure you saw. So very briefly, this proposal would be to issue debt for 2 major CIP tank replacements or rehabilitations. The advantage of that would be to lower the rate increase in the outer years to 7% and also to have to defer less capital. So that proposal, we would not defer the 2.5 million from the 2028 main replacement. This is a bill comparison that was requested by members of the Finance Committee who wanted to see a comparison with the agencies with 100% SFPUC supply. This comparison came from Mid-Peninsula Water District, and it shows a series of agencies that all have 100% SFPUC supply. And you can see that Palo Alto's rate was held constant for several years and then has increased recently, but it is approximately the average of the agencies that are included in the chart. This is a slide that shows the drivers for this 10% rate increase. Last year, we proposed a 9% overall rate increase. This year, as I said, we're holding the 17% distribution rate combined with the 2% SFPUC wholesale rate increase that we're expecting, and that's a total of a 10% rate increase. Again, we're using funds from reserves, a total of about 4 million in fiscal year 26, deferring some CIP replacement, and some of the drivers of the operation expense increase are shown on the right. This chart shows the water costs in the bars and the revenues in the red line at the top, and also the rate increases. The primary one that we're discussing tonight is the 2026 10%, the first red 10% at the top of the chart. And this chart shows the operations reserve. So you can see that use of operations reserve funds in 2026, and then the restoration of the operations reserve to within the guideline range by 2028. And our recommendation is for the City Council to, UAC to recommend the City Council adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 25 reserve transfer. That's the 3 million that I mentioned from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve, and then the other increases to the rate schedules that reflect our rate changes. So with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Go ahead, Rachel.
I appreciate the presentation and that new slide with, the breakdown of all the drivers of the increase. And I guess one thought did cross my mind, which is we tend to look at the increase, really what's driving the increase, but we don't usually look back at the cost and the drivers of the cost, just the baseline. Just we're assuming that continues each year, and then we have additional things that come up that cause it to increase. So a question I had is, do we spend time looking at things that might just change? Is there anything we can do to kind of save money in the regular operations? So one thing that came to mind is, grid mod, we have to dig up all the underground, eventually the end of grid mod, we have to dig up the underground portions of the city. And can we align projects where we're digging up the street? So like defer any CIP stuff that has to do in those areas of the city until when we're doing that. I don't know if those make sense, because I know at one point we talked about where in the street they are. But I was just wondering, are there opportunities where we should kind of look at the standard operations of the division and see if there are places we can save money?
Is this on? Oh, this is on. I don't have a light up here. Matt Zuka, Assistant Director, Engineering and Operations for Water, Gas and Wastewater. The answer is yes. In fact, we're actually doing that right now. It may not necessarily be reflected in these numbers because historically what we've done is looked at each of the three that I oversee, water, gas, and wastewater, are sort of separate silos managing their own capital programs. We're actually literally in the process right now of overlaying all of our below ground pipe looking at where we have sort of areas of, I would just call it risk in similar blocks, both for cost and scale, so we can issue larger projects, reduce design, reduce some of the administrative overhead that it takes to bid a project, but also some of the neighborhood inconvenience. And we're also coordinating with Public Works on the paving, so that we're trying to look at areas and opportunities where we know we have low PCI score, pavement condition index, PCI scores for streets, and maybe get in there as a priority and have Public Works come behind us and pave. There's probably some room there to save. Unfortunately, construction is not very, as we call it, elastic. So if you put in 1,000 feet of pipe, the second 1,000 feet of pipe might be a little bit cheaper, but it's not going to be, it's only when you get down to the small scale and you go up that you have some economies of scale. Once you get to these bigger projects that we're talking about, they tend to be pretty inelastic when it comes to cost. But we will have efficiencies, and we'll certainly be looking at reducing neighborhood impacts and all that kind of stuff.
Great. I guess I have one follow-up, which on the wastewater plan, I understand there's some technology that you can look at the pipes and kind of see, does it actually need to go on our normal schedule, or can we prioritize things based on the current condition? Can we do that with other utilities?
Not so much. The wastewater has the advantage of that the pipe is flowing partially full. You can do that on larger pipelines. They will have, San Francisco just recently did one for a 60-inch pipeline, 36-inch pipeline that feeds us. But it tends to be a little bit more cumbersome on the water side because you're putting something into the distribution system that we need to have disinfected. You're running it down different, it's much more difficult. It tends to be reserved for the larger pipelines. We actually have a truck in the city fleet that does, we call it CCTV. So we CCTV the sewer lines. And we are actually going to be accelerating that program within the collection system to basically allow us to extend the life of the asset to the extent that we can, so that we can get in there and do spot repairs instead of having to replace the whole main. We'll try to maximize the life. But unfortunately, on the water and gas side, you can't quite go in with the same type of technology.
Okay.
I have a process question. So in reading this, it said that the SFPUC range was 0.9 to 5.6%. Then I just learned it's 2%. Is that a final number, or is that going to change again? And what happens if it changes? They might say, well, actually it's going to be 3. What happens to the financial projections and the rates?
Thank you for that question. So what we're planning to do, we will be hearing from SFPUC, I think on March 21st is the plan for their rate notice to Palo Alto and other wholesale customers. And then their decision of their commission is going to be on April the 22nd. So what we're going to do is, when we know what their proposal is going to be, what the rate increase is going to be, we will modify our rate proposal that's going to go to the council, and we will reduce the CIP further if necessary to make sure that we hold at the 10% overall rate increase. That's the plan.
So what we are approving tonight is a 10% rate increase, potentially not a contingent rate increase.
Yes, and thank you for pointing that out. That's what staff is planning to do, is to make sure we hold that rate increase overall at 10%. Yes.
So, Commissioner, one thing I might add is ultimately that is not a foregone conclusion. That is ultimately the dialogue for the commission to decide on what your pleasure is in terms of recommending tonight.
Fair enough. I guess one follow-on question, and maybe not, is why do we have to, is it because of the fiscal year that we have to be, it seems to me it would be prudent to wait to set the rates until after we have firm commitment from SFPUC on what the raise is going to be, and then we can figure all of this out given certainty, rather than saying, well, now it might be up to us to come back and decide whether we want to make it a 10% raise and change the CIP, or other way around, do a larger raise and keep the CIP the same.
Well, we do like to go to, I don't know if someone else wants to respond to that. We do like to go to the UAC and also to the Finance Committee prior to going to the council with our proposal. And the council meeting is going to be in June. I believe it's June 16th. So additionally, we do like to go to the UAC and to the Finance Committee prior to issuing our Prop 218 notification, which we're going to be doing in early May. So we could come back to the UAC, but we're just, that's how we usually schedule it in order to try to make sure to go to those different committees and bodies in order to get the approvals in advance of those items.
And I'll just say, I think Lisa's trying to be kind. It's not a matter of we usually do it like this. We have to do it for noticing requirements in order to meet the necessary processes. Now, obviously, what the UAC could do, to your point, since there are unknown variables, is say either a couple things. You could consider having us report back on what the actual rate is so that you could make a supplemental recommendation while it's moving through the next steps. You could consider saying, I don't want to see, or I wouldn't like to see a rate increase beyond X. And so, and these are the levers that we would recommend you adjust, and therefore provide those kind of priority guidances so that as this continues down that review process, the Finance Committee and City Council can understand the lens of the commission itself.
That all sounds very painful to me. What I guess I'm asking is what exactly are we approving tonight, and how might that change based on what we learned from the SFPUC? Are we approving a 10% raise or pursuing a 10% raise contingent on nothing changing? Or what
And
would
ultimately,
you like us
that's the
to approve?
commission's pleasure. So obviously, the commission is making a recommendation. So the commission isn't approving anything tonight. You're making a recommendation for the Finance Committee and the City Council on what they will ultimately approve. Now, what is staff seeking from the commission? We're seeking what your feedback is on the rates as proposed. And if you have a perspective or recommendation, should SFPUC come in, as you say, at a higher level, and therefore obviously impact or put upward pressure on these rates. If the commission is concerned about the 10%, you could say, I'm really worried about affordability. I want you to keep it at 10% no matter what. The commission could also say, I'm really worried about the risk of the capital improvement system, and, pass on or increase the 10% according to whatever the SFPUC passes through. I'm not comfortable reducing my CapEx expenses any further than currently proposed. So those policy choices are the risks and decisions that staff is seeking the commission's recommendation for council committee as well as ultimate adoption. That's the advisory piece that we're seeking.
Commissioners Croft and Phillips on the Budget Subcommittee had asked me to make an initial stab at summarizing some of the details and output from our subcommittee, and please, commissioners, feel free to fill in additional information. We had a great and detailed presentation from staff, so thank you at the Budget Subcommittee, breaking out a lot of these charges that we've been discussing, and you can see the results here in the slides. We discussed water, wastewater, and fiber, and I'll save any comments on fiber until that reaches the commission's agenda. So when we went through the drivers of costs for both water and wastewater, the subcommittee and staff discovered two potential sources of savings for the commission to consider. The first are credit card fees. It seemed to the subcommittee that it would be an easy 1.2 million annually that we can save by passing through the costs of credit card fees to customers, which is traditional and usual for government agencies to do. Currently, in effect, we are subsidizing the cost of those fees for those customers who choose to use credit cards. So we essentially remove that subsidy, we pass through the costs, and I think there would be another benefit of allowing for larger credit card charges, again, past $5,000, which we set that limit to avoid a lot of these fees. which was the subject of a complaint that we received in public comment. So this is listed as a potential work plan item, but alternatively, we could agendize this separately as a commission to work out. So that's one potential cost savings to consider. The other cost savings to consider is that there is a state and city mandate to purchase electric vehicles. So as you'll notice on the slide showing the rate increased drivers in water that we just viewed, $1 million is budgeted for vehicle replacement. What we learned during the budget subcommittee meeting is a substantial portion of that is due to replacing what were ICE vehicles with electric vehicles. And in some cases, those are large utility vehicles, for example, vehicles that are used to essentially suck out grease, for example, in our downtown restaurant areas, where there are either no replacements available as electric vehicles, or the electric vehicle replacement is several times costlier than the fossil fuel option. So the commission could explore seeking CARB waivers and perhaps a policy adjustment at the council level to save what is $1 million budgeted in our water utility and $600,000 budgeted in our wastewater utility, which actually is percentage points in the rate increase. So 2 updates.
Just to add a little detail, regardless of the cost savings, we thought it would be that we should request a waiver for vehicles that simply are not available as electric vehicles. Seems like that makes sense to propose to the city council that we enable ourselves to buy the vehicles that are available.
If we want to have a motion on this, it's not appropriate to do it tonight, I assume. Or is it?
Help me understand a little
So the
further.
question is, if we wanted to basically say to city council, we think you should, get rid of credit fee chart, basically pass on credit card charges because every other government agency does it. I don't know why Palo Alto does not. If we said we wanted to do that, is it appropriate to make that recommendation to council tonight, or do you think we need to agendize that separately?
I think it depends on the action. If the desire is for that to actually change the rates for FY 2026, that absolutely needs to be part of your recommendation tonight, since it's a form of what rates you're forwarding. If you are thinking about that in terms of how to manage costs prospectively, I don't think it has to.
So let's say we wanted to say to city council, and I'm just 10%, but we think, one of the things you need to do is lower the costs. Credit card fees are right in there. We would recommend that as part of this, that you do that. We want the finance committee to weigh in on that, look at it. And we also think that we should get a CARB waiver for electric vehicles that are not purchasable. And then let's say we said, we don't think you should buy the electric vehicles that are 3 times as much as the non-ones. And all of this would reduce costs, which would make sense in getting to a 10%. So I think we could put that in the motion tonight, is what I'm hearing, and I just wanted to make sure of that.
If I could just make a clarification, I think the credit card fees, which is under our local control, would be an easier type of recommendation to make. In terms of the clean fleets rule that is mandated by the state and what we can and cannot do, we probably should bring you back a little more information on that in terms of what that regulatory environment is and what activities have come to date for your information prior to making that recommendation.
But we could at least request waivers for that.
I think what you could do is say that your recommendation is for staff and the council to mitigate the additional charge associated with EVs, because I think there's 2 things to Alan's point. There's both state guidelines as well as our own internal really aggressive goals. And so there's both at play here. And I think what I'm hearing from the commission is you want to abide by, obviously, probably state law, but to the extent we are aggressively going after a more advanced EV, be darned the cost adaptation, that maybe we relook at that if our costs are exponentially larger.
Yes.
Sure. So I think those are fine. I think what would be helpful for staff is an understanding of if the council were to adopt these and want to do these things, would the commission be considering lowering that 10%? Or would the commission say, please reinstate the CapEx expenses that have been deferred up to and maintaining that 10% that's currently there? So basically the overall, keep it at 10, but we would like to see you deprioritize these things and reprioritize those. That could be a sufficient recommendation should the commission
I,
wish
for
to do
one,
that.
would say keep it at 10%, but with the savings, put it towards the CapEx that we would otherwise have deferred. I mean, that's what I would say. Chris? Or
I support that recommendation specifically. I guess the only other thing I'd add is that, as we all have just discussed, the SFBUC cost projections are similarly uncertain. And so I think the goal is that overall level, and this provides more elasticity in being able to respond to any further price increases on the supply side.
I don't think we'll get to 4 hours meeting length if I don't ask a couple of questions. So I'll jump in here to a couple of background context questions that escaped me. I didn't notice. Since we're talking CapEx, we could talk there, start there. CapEx, according to the slides, would go up. We would defer about 4.5 million this budget year and a 2.5 million next budget year into the future. But what escapes me is the implication or the cost of that. I don't even know off top of head. 2 million, is that a drop in the bucket compared to our total CapEx plan for water? Or could someone help me with context for how painful is it to defer roughly $7 million out of current plan? And I'll just put a couple of other items on the out there as well. The 2.1, I think it is, % increase in wholesale rates we're getting from SFPUC. I mean, we just can't talk about this without reminding ourselves. We told council in December, correct me if I'm wrong, the increase would be 0. So that the wholesale water rate increase from SFPUC, they were signaling us at the time, was 0. Am I mistaken? Am I mistaken?
Yes, last year's forecast from SFPUC, as of the best that we knew as of December until sometime in January when we received the range, was 0. Yes.
And so when council discussed preliminary utility rate increases, I think it was in December meeting, then, and it made the papers, and, we talked about what likely in June, July of 26, the overall utility bill, how it would go up. The water component of that, the assumption was 0 increase in the wholesale rate. And now it's 2%.
Yes, in December, we went to the Finance Committee and to the UAC and had informational discussions,
Yeah.
and there was no vote, and now we're coming back with the full
Right.
proposal. Right.
Okay, so if nothing else, I just want to put on the record and remind ourselves that, SFPUC, there really was some narrative around this number. It wasn't as if, oh, we don't know, it'll be something, but let's assume 0 for now. That's not what the message was at the time. Instead, the message was, no, we think that after a significant increase last year in the wholesale rate, in fiscal 26, it'll be 0. And I remember a conversation at this dais a couple months ago where we said, really, can we believe that? And again, it's not 10%, it's just 2%, but nevertheless. And then the third item, if the first is, what's the real expense of deferring CapEx? How big is this in larger context? The second item is, let's remember that SFPUC said 0%. My third point has to do with OpEx and costs that maybe are more within our direct control. This was the subject of a public letter from Dave Warner, who's spoken here before, asking the question of I think it's a 9-point-something% increase in our local distribution OpEx. And I would ask, please, tonight for just a little bit of discussion on what's behind that number. Why are we increasing OpEx like that? if these graphs I'm looking at in the package are correct, we're looking at 90% increase in our operating expense over the last 8 years. 90%. And, you know, that's $2 million plus. And I think we need to have some understanding of what's driving an OpEx increase like that, way above inflation, before we say, yeah, let's approve these 10% rates.
So Chris, why don't you ask the question of staff?
Those are the 3 questions I'd like to ask. Is it better if I go one by one, or is it
I can try to tackle the capital one. And let me just restate it to make sure I'm getting it correctly. So the question is, what's sort of the pain that we're going to be feeling, if you will, for the deferral of capital? And I'll sort of answer this in 2 parts. One is that we wouldn't be here recommending this if we didn't think that we could accommodate the deferral in the short term. It's not like when you deal with deferring infrastructure on 100-year-long assets that you're going to feel the pain in 2 years. This is a long-term painting the Golden Gate Bridge kind of thing. It's a one-time solution to help us keep rates low, but the pace of inflation on construction far outpaces the pace of inflation normally. So by deferring it, we're going to be paying more. The time value of money will be greater 2, 4, 6 years from now than getting it done today. So that's one element of it. So we'll definitely be paying on the order of, you know, maybe 5–10% more for the work. It's also one of those things where everything's sliding down and we're going to tackle the next project, but the last asset to be replaced is going to be that much older and therefore that much more liable to be causing operational headaches in the future. So it's not something that you can sort of quantify the risk on. It's going to be more expensive. And at the end of the day, we're kicking the can down the road, to use a metaphor.
I'm sure it's in the packet. Could you remind us what our overall CapEx is for water? This is roughly, I think, $7 million of deferral. Out of how big?
Generally, we're around $10 million of capital projects every 2 years is what we're currently budgeted for.
10.
We're looking at having a slug of infrastructure coming down that we're currently in the process of starting a master plan where we have a specific type of pipe that is being found to not have the longevity that it was originally thought. We call it sort of pre-1956 asbestos cement pipe. We happen to have a lot of it, about 20 miles, and we might be entertaining and we're evaluating an accelerated program for that particular type of pipe, but right now it's about $10 million every 2 years in construction. I just want to keep that placeholder out there that we're still in the evaluation phase of that larger effort.
Just so I understand, so roughly 10 million over 2 years, and this is a proposal to defer, I think, roughly 7 million out of a 2-year.
We're basically taking 2/3 of one project.
Yeah,
and
we're moving
putting it
quite
out
a lot of
window.
our CapEx then, okay. And then my third question was a request, please, for some discussion on OpEx.
Yes, I'll answer that one. I was going to go back to slide 4 that has the chart that shows the drivers on the OpEx side. Okay, so the primary increase in operating expenses is in the salaries and benefits. This is not just this is from filling positions as well as cost of living adjustment increases and merit increases. There's also the 1 million vehicle replacement that's included in that category, and the allocated charges. This is charges from other departments that the utilities department relies on, including IT, HR, administrative services. And then there's some other more small categories, including non-salary and benefit O&M, customer service, resource management, transfer item. And the cause of that transfer is to repay the electric utility for the AMI meter replacements for the water utility. And there's rent increases, and our debt service is actually decreasing because some of the debt service for the water utility has been fully repaid as of last year.
And if I might just embellish that a little bit, one thing I want to comment on is that the water, and it's not a static operating expense in the sense that it's not like that's just growing with inflation. We're also adding headcount. We added 2 headcount in particular to deal with new regulations around backflow devices, which are what prevent water from flowing back into our water system. We just are finishing up the lead and copper rule revisions inventory that took a significant amount of labor to get done. So the regulatory environment is changing, and it's not just I would say an inflationary growth. We also have to sometimes add staff and whatnot to respond to our increased obligations.
Matt, on that backflow prevention though, that ends up getting billed to households, right? Like last year, we talked about backflow. Historically, that's been a cost that the consumer has had to pay for independently. And now it will be reflected on the bill, but you're staffing up to provide
We're
that service.
staffing up to provide that. We're sort of in, I would call it the phase two, which is like, we're not taking over all of, we've got several ideas of how we could take over the whole obligation, but we're adding 2 headcount right now to, basically we will be doing the delinquencies as opposed to just going through and sending out mailers. So we're taking on an additional responsibility, but yes, the idea is that we will then be charging the residents for this initial phase is what has the cost. It's going to be the 3rd phase that we really are going to doing all the cost recovery, if you will. This one is to get us the additional headcount to manage the program that we kind of had to absorb.
Yeah.
The future ones, if we do decide to go into the 3rd phase, then it would be full cost recovery for those additional staff.
Right. And I just want to highlight the potential cost savings to consumers associated with bringing the backflow prevention program under the
Yes.
utility itself.
Absolutely.
So
And not
while
only
this
that,
is an
that
Bring it under
decreased hassle.
Bring it under.
Bringing it under the utility
Ah.
has the potential to save customers significant dollars because they're not outsourcing this to some private plumber.
Right.
Correct.
I see.
And
It also increases compliance, which was historically epically low.
so not to delve in too much into the program, right now we have to send out mailers to all 5,000 devices that we have in our system. They have to test it annually. And essentially our program is one of bird dogging 5,000 different customers to do and implement an expense and hire a plumber. So we maintain around the 90% compliance rate with that. We're supposed to be at 100%. The state acknowledges the difficulty of the program and how hard it is to get that many cats, so to speak, to sample. The plan is to go to what we call a multi-phased approach, where the next phase is we'll send out the mailers to remind them, but if they don't get it done within 60 days, we would then go out and do the test ourselves and then charge the customer. So it's more of a fine slash, and we're still working through the details of this phase. The 3rd phase would be, we just take on the entire scope of the testing, and the customer is sort of unaware even of the fact that they have this obligation. We're taking care of it. The only time they'd hear from us if they fail the test, and then they have to replace their device. So there's a sort of an evolution of this program. The ultimate comment is that there's a lot of regulations going on right now. And in fact, right now they're kind of being unwound to a certain extent at the federal level too. So it's a dynamic environment, and that some of these inflationary numbers are also us having to add people in order to meet these obligations.
I think the broader point is that the inflation that we're seeing here on the salaries and benefits is especially tied to that program, which will have long-term cost savings, even if this upfront investment is realized in a small rate increase.
Well, the public letter from Dave Warner, I didn't cross tab to see whether the graphs, I assume that the graphs that he put in that letter were taken from the utility, or did he do those himself? I'm not even sure. But the claim that we have an 89% or 90% increase in OpEx over 8 years, is that correct?
We did take a quick look at that, and I think he had a 8.3% increase per
Right.
year, and that is approximately correct, yes. And I think in part that, I think it matches the numbers that we have. Part of that may be because of some one-time type costs during that time period, but we are, so.
Okay, so general, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a kind of more of a comment and then a couple questions and maybe a comment at the end. The first comment I wanted to make, I think we're in a kind of a tough place where we're trying to keep rate increases low, but we're also deferring capital expense, which maintains our system. And I think I think this current proposal does a good job of balancing those two things. I do worry about continued deferrals and what that might mean to maintenance and what that might mean to future costs. As we know, and as staff presented, there's an inflation to construction costs, especially in California and especially in the Bay Area. So I think this is a reasonable amount of deferral and a reasonable rate increase considering all of that. But I do think it's a tricky place. And, you know, I noticed in our local Daily Post, the headline rate hike for leaking pipes. And it's a silly headline. And they focused on just one paragraph of staff report. But I do think it brings up a good point of, you know, we do have some leaks and that's part of what we're deferring here. And it's a complex issue, right? We're deferring these things to keep rates low. The complaint in the article is our rates are higher because we're wasting water. So that, I think that's a tricky thing to kind of resolve. I did have a question on that. Do we have a sense of how much our rates are impacted by leaky pipes?
Yeah, I'll start by answering, and maybe Matt would like to make a comment as well. The amount that we're forecasting for leaks is not driving the rate increase up. It's in line with the last couple of years of leaks. And there's, yeah, so I think that answers hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely. So it sounds like the headline isn't true that any of these rate increases are driven by leaky pipes. It's just a consistent cost area that we've had over several years.
Correct.
Oh, thank you.
I think it says in the report that we're in the quote top half of the state for leaks. I assume that's a good thing, that being in the good half. Is that quantifiable?
We're better than that. I'd say that we're in the top 3% based on our latest numbers. And not to delve to, this is also very, I hate the answer is complicated, but there's like real water loss and non-revenue water loss. This is a very complicated, also regulated topic. We actually are audited. We have to do a third-party audit of our water loss and submit it to the state. So, I mean, I think that this is, you know, just to give you a sense, some of the things that we deal with is we measure water coming in and we measure water going to homes, and then you subtract the two, and any meteor inaccuracies sort of go somewhere. That's the, you know, that's called water loss, but it's not really molecules. It's more money. But from an overall compliance standpoint and our performance, we're in the upper parts of the state.
Okay, I mean, I think that just confirms what Commissioner Gupta was saying. It's not a real issue. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to make one comment on the CapEx, which is I'd be inclined not to defer the CapEx work. I mean, it's hard to sit here and, you know, really judge the details of this pipeline. Definitely should be done now, and this one could be deferred. I don't know how to do that. But generally speaking, if the CapEx cost is increasing at a pretty high rate, which sounds like, and we can borrow money at a pretty low rate, and there's the additional risk of emergency repairs and so on, which are costly and inconvenient. It seems like we have assets that have many decade lifetimes. It seems prudent to borrow money to install them. So just generally, that seems to me to be the way to go.
Can I elaborate there and just ask, my question to staff was, why did you choose this versus the other scenario? You laid out these two scenarios, one with debt financing, one without. You're recommending the one without. Could you elaborate on whether that is a recommendation coming from staff, whether that's the recommendation that came from the Finance Committee?
Sure. So there are a couple, in general, I would say that, and this might be a personal philosophy, that debt financing main replacement, which is sort of like the Golden Gate Bridge thing, is maybe not generally a good idea, right? That being said, we do have a couple of large capital projects and tank replacements, right? Those are perfect projects for debt financing. I think that the scenario before us right now, we have contemplated debt financing for that. That was a lower scenario, but we're also in the.
Sorry, just to clarify, you've contemplated debt financing only for the tanks?
Yes. Okay. Yes, only for the tanks. And we're also in the process of doing a seismic evaluation on it right now. We're in the consultant selection phase to see if we can't extend the life of those tanks. So simple answer, we're going to sharpen our pencil on that one. Maybe we can operate them at a lower water level. Maybe we can replace the roof. Maybe we can do some seismic restraints. Maybe we don't need to. So without the definitive, yes, I need to spend that $14 million. We felt that it's still an option if we needed to debt finance, but that going forward with this option of the 10% would be equally prudent because we still have additional data to collect on how really to kind of optimize that asset. If that makes sense. Okay.
Can I move?
No, I have a question. So I just want to make sure I understood this rate increase drivers. So if we did the CIP now of 1.8 million, you'd take the 13.9 and the 1.5, and that would be the rate increase. Is that correct? Or are these different percentages? Right, so the CIP, the 5.4 is what? I thought that was not us not doing CIP. Or is that, no?
So this chart that we're looking at right now is a comparison of when we're doing a rate increase, we're comparing what will happen in fiscal year 26 when we don't increase the rates versus what will happen in 2026 if we do increase the rates. So that's the comparison that this chart is looking at. And and we're using a 4-year average to estimate what will happen if we don't increase rates for these different categories of costs. So the minus 5.4% is representing, how much will we recover for CIP if we don't increase the rates versus if we make this rate change and we specifically defer capital that will lower the amount of costs that we have associated with CIP by 5.4%.
Okay, so that'll lower the cost of CIP by 5.4%. Okay. So,
Sorry.
So because what we're
misspoke.
doing to keep the rate, to maintain a 10% rate, we're not doing the 1.8 million, which is the 5.4% lower, which is
Yes.
that's why that's negative. Yeah, I
Yes.
get that.
Sorry, we're not doing that for 9 million. For 7 million, not just 1.8.
Yes, so that is not an apples to apples comparison of the 7.1 million over the 5-year period to this 1.8 million over this comparison. This is really a specific
For
revenue.
1 year.
For 1 year.
And that's why it's 1.8. It's 1 year. I'm correct, right? I mean, if I'm wrong, tell me.
Yes.
Yes, you're right. It's 7 million, so 1.8.
Right, so we're deferring 1.8 and we're taking 4 million from reserves.
We're going to be using reserves, and also the way this comparison is done, it uses averages. So the numbers are not totally apples to apples comparison.
If we weren't getting, so I'm just trying to get it straight in my head, simply because I'm slow. So if we took $4 million, we didn't take the $4 million from reserves, and we did the CIP of 1.8, that's 5.8 million. If we didn't do that, I think we would be at what, a 14% rate increase? Isn't that what we started this conversation with?
Actually, a lot of things changed in this whole proposal, so I don't think you can just do that simplistic look at it.
Lisa, maybe a
Yes.
different way of looking at it is, what additional costs creates a 1% change in the rate increase? So if we have a 10% rate increase right now, what would generate an 11% rate increase?
Thank you. About $500,000 or $450,000.
So if we were to say $500,000 just for simple math, and you were going to add an additional $5 million worth of cost, we're going to talk about an additional 10%. $500,000 is 1%.
So if you were going to do the
5
CIP, that's 2%. You could do 12% and you could do the CIP,
Correct.
right?
Was 4%.
It's 4.
It's 4%.
4%. Remember, every 1 million is 2%.
And this is 2 million, yes.
Correct.
So it's 4%.
4%.
So that would get you to the 14% that I think staff originally recommended. Wasn't there original recommendation of 14%? I don't know why I have that in my head.
Yes.
It was a preliminary. That was part of
That was the
December
preliminary, okay, because that's what I had in my head. But you'd still be using 4 million from reserves.
Correct.
Wow. And that would be, so you would actually be at a 22% rate increase if you use no reserves and you did the CIP.
if we were doing basic math, bar napkin, so to
Yeah, yeah.
speak, yes.
But hopefully that's good enough for our discussion, right? I mean.
Yeah, we're talking orders of magnitude. To Lisa and Carla's point, I'm probably making them slightly scared because as we move different levers, it'll change reserve levels. It changes many calculations associated with this. It's not straight math, but as the commission is making these decisions and policy calls, absolutely, that's a fair kind of orders of magnitude assumption.
And so I have a couple questions on this. So the first thing is, I really appreciated our subcommittee going through this. I can't express that enough. And I thought that the recommendation on the $1 million was very thoughtful on the vehicle replacement. And I really do hope we recommend that to council, and the same with the credit card fee issue. I did want to ask the question, these are all increases, right? So we're increasing the rent by $0.2 million on what? Is that the city charging, is that the general fund extracting more money from the utilities? That's really my question.
The city has a rental policy that is in place, as the commission likely knows. It's something that was discussed as part of the green legislation. We do an appraisal by a third party of the areas that are owned by the city, and we charge the non-general fund users of those spaces in alignment with that appraisal. So the appraisal happens every 5 years. So there is a true up essentially that happens, and we are in that period where we are seeing that true up occur because the last appraisal was 5 years ago.
How could, I mean, look, I'm not going to argue with you, but it seems really counterintuitive to me that over the last 5 years, office rents have gone up. Everyone else I know thinks office rents have crashed over the last 5 years and are, significantly down. So
it's not all office. So it's highest and best use as well. And that can also be residential in some of the areas. If you think about where, we're not just talking about City Hall. We're talking about all of the spaces. So we've got Municipal Services Center, we have reservoirs and wells. We, on the electric side, have substations. There's many portions of real property, and they all could have different
I didn't realize the general funds charged for, I learn something new every day, charged for our reservoirs and things like that. I had no idea. No idea.
That's how it's best use.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should recommend to council that they relook at that. So that was one of my questions on that. And then, yeah, no, I think that was it on that. Okay. All right. You wanted to make a motion?
Chair Scharf,
Yes,
before we move to make a motion, would you like to take public comment?
absolutely.
And
Thank you for reminding me.
I did have one comment I wanted
ahead.
to say, just on the marketing materials. I do wonder, I remember we had once discussed how we kept rates consistent during the pandemic to kind of ease the harms of the pandemic. And I didn't see that in our marketing materials. I still think that is true today and as part of the story for why rates are increasing more now than they might have had we increased rates as normal during the pandemic.
And actually, before we vote, can I just see if we do the 10% rather than the higher one, what are we anticipating in the out years for the next?
We held the rate increase at 10% every year during the proposal by deferring CIP throughout the 5-year period.
And if we did the higher rate of 14, what would that go to?
That is a great question. And I wanted to point out that there are several things that changed from the December proposal, the preliminary till now. And so I think I don't have a confident answer for you on that right now. And I need to look at it.
Look, I'm going to support the 10%, but I'll tell you what my concern is. My concern is that next year you come to us and we're actually in a spiral. If the full rate increase would be 22%, if you were going to cover all these costs, how is it that we limit it to 10%, take reserves of 4 million? I assume we don't have 4 million in reserves to take every year. So are you going to come back to us next year and are we going to still be below? And are we making a mistake therefore because we're digging ourselves a hole that eventually you're going to have like a 25 or 30% rate increase because that's the hole we're digging? And if so, I'm not comfortable with the 10% rate increase. But I just wanted to ask staff that if they looked at that, if they modeled that out, and are we getting ourselves in trouble?
I think anytime you take funds from reserves, it limits your flexibility in the future in case there are larger rate increases coming from SFPUC. So you have very few levers to do that.
Let's assume the same SFPUC, which is probably a mistake, but assume that. Are we just simply being like, no matter what, if everything remains the same, next year we don't have the 4 million, so next year the rate increases have to be dramatic? Because 4 million is 8%.
Could we look at that?
8% rate increase.
Could you pull up figure 7? Which is our reserve level.
Slide in 6.
5 compares revenues with costs.
This is fine too.
Give us one sec. We're looking at, we have obviously a few reserves. So we want to make sure we're showing you all of them.
I think this is the figure you're referring to of all the reserves in the water utility. Okay.
So just to clarify here, I didn't see a $4 million reduction here. This is without using from reserves, or this is including?
This chart shows the year-end reserve balances. So if you look at the blue, dark blue, or I don't know if you see it as dark blue, but the dark blue bar there that represents the rate stabilization reserve, it goes from 4 million in the end of fiscal year 24 to 1 million at the end of 2025, and then to 0 at the end of 2026. That's the 4 million from the rate stabilization reserve.
Got it. I did not understand the year-end component.
While we're on the subject of reserves, I did notice in staff's report, there was some mention that the finance committee had discussed whether or not these are the appropriate reserve levels or whether they might be reduced. Are there any legs to that theory? And is that something that staff is now studying?
Sure. It is an area that staff is aware of for further study. In terms of the review between December and now, yes, staff have looked at to make sure we are in compliance with what our rate policies are. Unfortunately, looking at the industry, I suspect if and or when we do a formal study, we will actually find our reserves are insufficient. As I'm sure you've seen, current events and just in general, insurance and liabilities are going up as an industry, even with recent litigation on a water utility being filed in Southern California. So it is under review. We did do that kind of look that we could in this amount of time and agree that we should do probably a broader study, but I don't think it will come back in a cost reduction manner.
Could we agendize this at some point? Maybe I would, for further discussion. For example, it's interesting to me that the debt covenants from 2009 and 2011 were both on the individual reserve, but also the sum of the reserves for water, gas, and electric, which says to me that the people who are lending us money know that somehow if the reserves in water go down, we're going to pull from those other reserves as well, which leads me to wonder why we don't jointly manage these, and having these individual optimized numbers, to me, quite honestly, makes no sense. Maybe it makes sense to have something for water, gas, and electric, but certainly apparently historical practice, as well as the expectation of lenders, is that all those reserves are available to anybody, to any one of the, because it's the same utility.
Well, each of the utilities have to be accounted for separately. And the city has taken loans, but those have to be repaid between the funds. So the funds must have its separate accounting structure. They cannot be commingled. But you are correct that there has been loans in between different utilities, but they have to be accounted for separately.
So my suggestion is to agendize this, to have a separate discussion. I don't think this is really the place for it. But I would like to have and understand that discussion, because there seems to be, okay, we have a requirement to account for them separately, but whenever there's a problem, we can loan from one to another. Or maybe we can't, I don't know, but certainly,
I think
certainly.
you can loan, but it needs to be repaid.
Right. But I think, again, I was really struck by the covenants, not just being on the particular reserve, but on this total of all the reserves across, which to me says, hey, that's what we're looking at as the pot of money that we're going to go after. So
Sure.
again, I'd like to agendize that, and maybe I'll leave it to the
I'm
end,
surprised that's legal, to be honest.
but they've done it.
Couple
They've re-
things.
they-
One, I think this is a great item for your discussion for your work plan for the upcoming year, from an agenda perspective, and where we can be spending our time in the coming 12 months with the commission. And two, I think we are mixing a little bit of apples and oranges. What we're talking about are some things associated with debt covenants, which obviously impact the actual public financial markets, or I guess private in that instance, in that sense of it, versus operating reserves that we have a little bit more flexibility on how those are managed internally. And so there are very different regulations that govern both of those.
So I guess I'll echo our chair's concerns. I think that we're deferring CapEx, which will only become more expensive, and we've eaten away quite a bit at our reserves. And it might be that in the future, we need to maintain even larger reserves, understandably, in order for it to be at the level they need to be to maintain our water system. Again, I don't know what the answer is to that. I think this 10% rate increase right now is a reasonable one. I was wondering where commissioners stand on the alternative that was proposed with the debt service payment, and whether we're going to be proposing either the first option or the alternative option.
I thought staff was opposed to the second option. I think he gave an explanation about why.
Okay.
I mean, obviously we don't have to follow what they suggest, but I bought into it.
Well, I think the explanation was you don't like borrowing money for operations, but you do kind of that was the explanation.
Yeah, you don't
Borrowing it for capital is okay, but.
Correct. And I think we also have an opportunity to sort of fine tune the assets that we are, the lifespan of the assets that we are considering borrowing money for. So it's sort of that combination.
The explanation was, yes, it makes sense to borrow for one-off projects, but not for ongoing things like water main.
Right, not for
replacement.
operations.
Well, that's not operations, that's capital, but we have to keep doing it. Replacing a water main, I would say, is a capital expense, not an operational expense.
All right.
May I move to, I'm a little hesitant about moving all of these things at the same time. Oh,
Yeah, we haven't done public comment, have we?
I'm sorry.
Let's do, no, it's good. We didn't do public comment, right? Let's do public comment.
thank you.
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 2, please raise your hand or press star 9 on your phone now. No hands raised.
All right, now we can have a motion.
All right. I would like to move that we accept staff's recommendation on the proposed 10% rate increase, and that we encourage council to consider the very thoughtful savings opportunities, and that any savings opportunities be applied toward a reduction in the use of our reserve expenditure. That language is not nearly formal
I
enough.
have a
However,
slight, not a concern with that, but the credit card fees came up, we haven't gotten to wastewater yet. Our wastewater reserve is literally negative, like we borrowed for it, and that's where this discussion came up. So where the savings from the credit card, where the credit card savings I highly support that we should not be giving people, we shouldn't be subsidizing credit cards. But any benefit that we get, I think, I'm not sure if we can say where it should be spent, but that's another place of great need is the wastewater reserve. So,
Well, wait, I think it has to be spent. If I pay a credit card on electricity, it goes to the electric fund.
so yeah.
If I
it
pay
might-
for wastewater, it goes to wastewater.
That's what I was wondering. Does it need to be
It does.
split among the utilities based on how much money? Yes, okay.
Yes.
It does.
Okay. So
That's all Prop 218 makes you keep everything
makes
separate.
sense.
My only point is that whenever we identify cost savings in this, like proposal to council, that be applied to a reduced spend on the reserve, which I think the commissioners share concern over, given the historically low rates in the reserve and the potential need for increasing that reserve in the future.
So your motion is to actually save the money, not take less reserves rather than do more capital expenditures.
I second the motion.
Just one clarification on the motion. When she says cost savings, I think we should spell out the cost savings the subcommittee came up with. Are you good with that?
Absolutely.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any comment on that? Nope, nope. Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuger,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Great. And now we're on to item number 3.
Thank you. I will reshare my screen. Just bear with me one moment. I'd also like to point out as I go through these slides that we also have Karen North, Assistant Director of Public Works, on the Zoom meeting, and she's available to answer questions if you have questions. So the wastewater collection utility provides a critically important service for Palo Alto residents and businesses, and we rely on this service every day of the year, all 24 hours a day. And the city of Palo Alto and neighboring cities send the wastewater to the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And the facilities at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant, some of them have been in service for over 40 or 50 years and are in need of rebuild. So some of the costs here are to pay for the rebuild of the treatment plant. And so the proposal for the wastewater collection utility is a 20% rate increase in fiscal year 26. This is approximately $11 per month for residential customers. And we are also including an alternative that I'll talk more about. I have a slide on that, and that would be to recover a smaller amount for reserves, and that's for a 16% rate increase scenario. Some of the drivers of this rate increase are as I mentioned, the rebuild of the regional treatment plant costs, salaries and benefits, again, similar to water, are driving the operation cost increases, and reserves are depleted in the wastewater collection utility. And we need to restore the reserves to within the guideline range. Compared with what we showed you in December with the preliminary rates, a couple of the changes that made the rate increase go from the 18% level to 20% is we added additional vehicle replacement costs of between $100,000 and $450,000 in each of the years. And we also had included 1 year of the CCTV program in 2026, and we added that in every year. So this will perform condition assessments in critical sections of the collection system to allow us to prioritize our sewer replacements. This is a bill comparison for residential customers that we took from Silicon Valley Clean Water and the financial plan. And so you can see the City of Palo Alto and Mountain View, those are the only two partners in the Regional Water Quality Control Plan that are included in this chart. City of Palo Alto is one of the lowest. When you look at our typical comparison group with our usual comparison agencies across all of our utilities, with the proposed 20% rate increase, Palo Alto's residential rate would remain 5% below that neighboring community average. This slide shows the drivers of the rate increase. And so you can see that last year we forecasted a 9% rate increase, and that compares to this 20% rate increase now. The main drivers of that are we need to replenish reserves. We, at the same time that our collection system, wastewater collection reserves are low, we also need to pay for treatment amounts. The treatment plant has an authorized amount that with its partners, it has in its all of its agreements with its partners, including Palo Alto, the ability to charge these authorized amounts for future minor capital. This allows the treatment plant to pay for CAP that may come up at any point in time. In the past, we've used reserves for fluctuations in this number, but now that our reserves are very low, we need to recover enough of these funds to be able to pay for it. We have our alternative would recover there's an outstanding amount of authorized amount for future minor capital, and there's an ongoing amount. So our alternative would recover. So our main proposal is to recover that ongoing, the outstanding amount over a 4-year period, and the alternative would recover that outstanding amount over a 10-year period. The 11% of the increase is due to collection system operating expenses. 4% of the increase is due to treatment, and we're lowering, again, our collection CIP even further than we did last year to mitigate the rate increase here. And just wanted to point out that without the need to replenish reserves, this would be only a 9% rate increase, and that reserve replenishment is a policy choice on the timing or risk. That's why we've brought forward this alternative for your consideration. This chart shows the costs and revenues, and you can see the 20% rate increase in 2026, and then the rate trajectory beyond that. And you can see the reduction in capital in the orange bars in the near term, with the increase to, we are planning to resume the 5 miles of main replacement in 2028. This is a chart that shows our operations reserve. As was mentioned earlier, this utility did borrow $3 million in fiscal year 24 from the fiber optics utility. That's a short-term loan that needs to be repaid in fiscal year 26. And what's reflected in the financial forecast is the debt, the interest on that loan. This is a little bit more about our alternative. Again, it assumes a 10-year reserve replenishment. And because we would not have those funds available in the wastewater collection utility, and the treatment plant might need those funds, we would need to add a sort of a plan that to request council approval for another additional loan in the event that we're not able to pay those costs. So this alternative would also include a loan, council approval for a loan up to $2.5 million from the fiber optics utility. And again, we would need to pay the city's portfolio rate of interest on that loan plus 0.25% if it's similar to what we did last year. And our recommendation is for the Utilities Advisory Commission to recommend that the council adopt a resolution approving the financial forecast, and we've listed all of our rate schedules. I do need to also note that we are recommending to repeal two rate schedules, S3 and S4. You can see those listed there. This is a cleanup item. Those rates are inactive and have moved into the municipal fee schedule. So that's just a cleanup item. With that, we would be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
You know, I think I'm going to go to the public before I forget. The right time to do is now.
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 3, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. No hands raised.
All right. Come back to the commission. Any questions? Or actually, first of all, do you guys want to do a report out on the subcommittee?
So it's fairly similar report out from the subcommittee as with the water discussion. Same rate potential savings were identified by the subcommittee, so we recommend the same approach here. With respect to wastewater, the discussion also touched on how the rate increases have several factors, including an increase in an increasing trend of an increase in Palo Alto's flow share. And we learned that flow share is calculated as a combination of both strength and flow. So as perhaps with return to office post-pandemic, we're seeing more and more folks in Palo Alto. We're seeing an increase in our flow share, and we're probably trending to have additional increases in our flow share and therefore additional expense in that area. And then the other factors included the additional personnel costs, very similar to in the water utility, including filling vacancies. So thank you again, staff, for a very detailed presentation on our wastewater utility.
So I have a question for the subcommittee. Did you have a recommendation as to whether or not you would support the staff recommendation of 20%, or if there was another recommendation, another thought?
I can continue on. I would add that we spent quite a bit of time on this, digging into the drivers of the cost increases. And my takeaway was that we need to replenish the reserves. And I personally supported the 20%. And I don't know if you guys want to tell how you felt at the end of that move.
Yeah, we didn't formally vote one way or the other. I think I was also generally convinced of the need. I'm not sure that I could say 20% is absolutely the right number, but yes, reserves need to be replenished, and subject to the savings or potential savings that we identified, the cost increases seem real, particularly the flow share.
And there was some discussion on whether or not it makes sense to do the alternative or not. And I don't know if we had any formal recommendation out about that.
I think that was really helpful. If we do a subcommittee, I think it is actually helpful to try and come to some consensus and make a recommendation to the full of what you guys think should happen. And you can have split recommendations, like we couldn't come to an agreement or whatever. But if you do, it's always great to know what they are. Yes.
Thank you again for the subcommittee's work and for the staff's presentation on this. I have two items that I wanted to raise. The first is the neighboring community comparison set that has been presented. I think it's always valuable to benchmark against other utility costs, but it does strike me that these comparison sets are quite arbitrary when you're talking about very different kind of conditions of infrastructure and also stage in upgrading, right? So we actually have a built-in comparison set in Palo Alto, which are the other parties to the regional water quality control plan, right? When we've benchmarked there, how do we compare? Because, I also have to say specifically, you are the collection system and the plant is public works. So in some ways, we don't have control over public works, right? We have control over the collection system and Public Works is just going to charge what they need to charge to keep that plant operating. Unless I'm interpreting this incorrectly.
That is certainly a comparison that we could put together. We haven't necessarily done that comparison in the past in terms of comparing Palo Alto to Los Altos Hills and to Stanford and East Palo Alto, but we could put that together for you, and their rates are different across those different agencies, yes.
My understanding is that they are very different. So Stanford's is $88 a month. I can't think of a more close comparison, but I think that it's an important benchmark for us as a Palo Alto UAC to just broadly understand the age of our existing infrastructure and the pass-through costs. In the same way we have pass-through costs from SFPUC, we have pass-through costs from Public Works associated with treatment. And so when we're looking at these rate increases, this is not just a UAC decision. This is, a responsibility that we have to, in some ways, we also need to point at Public Works as part of that, right? I would love to revise our comparison set because I just don't think it's the right one, okay? But that's a future year thing, and we don't need to come back to that. The second point I really want to make here is that we have some projected future CapEx. Some of that is already debt financed, so CapEx improvements. Some of that's already debt financed, is my understanding. But there's also some nitrogen compliance regulations that are forthcoming in 2035 that are likely to impose significant additional costs at the plant. Am I correct on that front?
I'm going to ask Karin if she has any comments to add on that.
And Karin, I'm not trying to criticize Public Works, but I think it's just.
No problem. Karin North, Assistant Director of Public Works. The good thing is that we are actually one of the early actors. So our secondary treatment upgrade is actually debt financed at 0.8%. And we were very fortunate to get an SRF loan. All of our future projects coming up, we're not sure where we're going to get the financing for. So we have it forecasted in our budget, potentially half SRF or Headworks and potentially half bond financed, but we're not sure for future. That's where it does create some uncertainty in future out years. So we do anticipate that we will need the 20% rate increase just because our future debt will be high, especially with the inability to get federal funds for future projects.
I am going to assert that Karin's interpretation of that is.
Sorry, the secondary treatment upgrade removes nitrogen, which will make sure that we are in compliance with our future nutrient limits. So we are an early actor for the nutrient reductions that are required.
Okay, so the current SRF loan covers the nitrogen compliance.
That's upgrading for our secondary treatment project that we're currently in year 1.5 of a 5-year build out.
Okay, and the kind of additional debt that you would need to take on would cover what exactly?
So we have multiple projects in the works. So we need to upgrade our Headworks, which is where all water comes into the facility. So during the large storms that happened a couple of years ago, and that's been in our 2012 long-range facility plan. So we're trying to get through the last 2 projects. That needs debt financing, and we anticipate it'll be either $100 to $150 million project. And then we also need to do a parallel outfall pipeline, and that's also going to need debt financing, most likely bonds, and that's probably $10 to $15 million.
Okay. Karen, that's so helpful. I really appreciate your being here. And I think it's further, I agree that it may become very difficult to get SRF loans to cover substantial fractions of those expenses. And so I think we as a commission or as a UAC need to be really thoughtful about what those pass-through costs from Public Works are likely to be in the future. Building up reserves now to help both make those capital improvements, but also pay our share of the capital improvements, but also buffer against the operations increases so that those capital improvements don't hit with even larger rate increases is, I think, very important. So I support biting the bullet a little bit.
Yeah, and just to add on, all of our infrastructure was built on Clean Water Act money, which is now gone. So everything at the whole facility is currently getting rebuilt. So we're in a lot of job security and a crazy rebuild. So construction is constantly happening, and it's definitely a challenging environment to try and figure out how to finance, how to fund, and also how to make sure construction's happening while you're running and operating a sewage treatment plant 24/7. So if you guys ever want to get a tour of it, it's interesting, let me tell you that. But if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Go ahead,
Thank you for that. I for one would love a tour. This is, and I actually had a question. It might sound kind of silly, but the tour is relevant to it. So I did read the comms updates for the latest bill, and I saw the various things that you should not put into your toilet or your water. And I was wondering if there's anything behavioral or that a customer can do residentially or commercially to reduce the cost to the city of processing our water. And the reason the visit comes to mind is I went to the Recology plant, and they literally have to turn the whole thing off when enough plastic bags get stuck into the separator, and someone has to crawl in them and pull them off these spikes. And it's like a money loser, right? When you have to turn things off because people have disposed of things the wrong way. So don't put your plastic bags in the recycling, guys. Or people. So that is the question. Is there anything that we can do? What is the cost of the wrong things going in there? Or is there something restaurants should do with grease? Or is there anything we can do to lower cost through changes in the way people use the system?
Well, we do a lot of education outreach. So we have someone that goes out and inspects restaurants, and we encourage restaurants to use their tallow bins. And then also we do not allow, and they should actually have their grease go into a grease interceptor and have that being pumped out regularly. They're not always, and we only have one fog inspector to go out. So fats, oils, and grease is fog. So you've heard of fatbergs. They can get stuck in the line. And so Matt Zuka's team, they go out and actually can hydro flush lines. So that's a different team, that's utilities, but we partner with them. So to make sure. So that helps, right?
Would you say that's the biggest cost, is the biggest kind of interrupter?
That can impact, right? Because then we have sewage overflows that can go into the streets. Then we have folks that need to go out there, they need to go and inspect, and they need to go clean. But then we have wipes that go down. So you can get wipes and fat that can congeal. But then the wipes get down to the sewage treatment plant. I have a lot of operators and maintenance guys that have to derag pumps. They have to actually get there and dismantle an entire pump that has had raw sewage in it. That's why we need to do a new headworks, because when the big storms hit, they were literally using jackhammers to try and dismantle pumps so wastewater could come in, because they couldn't dismantle it fast enough because they had such a huge flow of water. But I wouldn't say there's one thing you can do, but realistically, nothing besides human waste and toilet paper should go down the drain. I mean, you shouldn't be using garbage disposals at home. That should be going into your compost bin, because that's the best way. We actually have that can be utilized, we know with our, especially green waste goes into an anaerobic digester down in San Jose. So we're getting energy out of it and turns into compost, and then just sending your own waste to us. So it's a lot of education outreach, right? We don't want plastics because then it goes microplastics.
Yeah. I guess the question really kind of, I mean, I care about all those things, really care about them, but in terms of cost reduction.
Not really cost reduction. It's more just, but what it's going out into the environment. That's what I care about. We want to reduce the pollutants getting into the environment.
Right. So you would say changing company, restaurant behavior, consumer behavior isn't going to change any of the cost.
I mean, it's a mass, when you walk around the facility, they're huge, large tanks. One person isn't going to change it.
Yeah, I will say that there are some communities, Karen's familiar with this as well, that have adopted policies around replacing their lateral at point of sale, they call it, because one of the main sources of what we call I&I in the industry, or inflow and infiltration, is when it rains, the water will leak into the upper lateral, and it results in additional flows at the plant. And so for agencies that have a lot of sanitary sewer overflows, which knock on wood, we don't, that has actually been a regulatory driver where the enforcement authorities have come in and said, you need to deal with your I&I, and they've adopted sort of multi-year, multi-million-dollar programs to help address that. So there are things that we can do that help on some of this, but it's sort of like you're passing the cost on to the homeowner to replace 10,000 laterals to deal with something and save some money at the plant. We do have a very aggressive flushing program intended to offset the need for additional capital. So we're downtown with all the restaurants on a quarterly basis at night, every single foot of pipe flushing it so that we don't have to put in bigger pipes. And we've had a massive reduction in the last 20 years of sanitary sewer overflows just because we're out there so frequently keeping the pipes clean. So there's definitely a balancing act. The fewer the rags that are going to get plugged up on routes, the better. But we try to stay on top of that so we don't have sanitary sewer overflows.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Here we go. Just like to raise the question of community communications strategy as we, I guess, are steering into I thought 10% for water might be rough, 20% for wastewater. These numbers are significantly over what we said last year. The slide points out 15% had been the number, now it's 20. We're adding $10 or $11 to the water bill, $10, $11 to the wastewater bill. That doesn't count electricity and gas. Last year's headlines were something about, $36. So the average utility bill is going to be $400 a household. What are we going to say about a 20% increase on wastewater when that is, and which is going to feed, of course, into much larger total bill increases in June, July when this comes up? A rhetorical question, I guess, is staff thinking about a comms strategy? Some of the answer seems to be in the bar chart that, look how low our number is compared to all the other bars on that chart for areas around the Bay, the NorCal. But what are we going to do?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. You bring up a really great point, and I think we probably, I am remiss at not starting this whole conversation off with this, which is what you're hearing from the staff and the proposals that are being brought forward. We don't do lightly. We know these are we don't do lightly. We know these are large increases and are different from the December rates and have taken a lot of time to really consider alternatives to manage and mitigate. But as the commission has seen, there are trade-offs to risk. And so you bring up a great point, and it is on our minds and something that we need to proactively work on in terms of how we communicate with the community as these rates are, this is our first round and first shot at what the actual proposed rates are, and really have a concerted effort and focused effort on the reasons for these, the benefits associated with the kind of rate mitigation that occurred, frankly, during the COVID years, and that we need to restore the health of these, and also really those ideas of comparators, where we are compared to our neighbors, and then the infrastructure, frankly, investments that we are making for the future. So you bring up a great point. We take these really seriously, and agree that as part of this, we need to be having a robust communication program to really help folks understand what's driving these and the benefits associated with it.
Good answer.
I think it's interesting because of all the utilities, this is the one where actually conserving will drive rates down. So electricity, gas, and water, conserving actually drives rates up. So it strikes me that this would be one where we would emphasize conservation. I don't know what those are, but
Don't flush as much.
yeah, right. I don't even want to go there. But some of the things that have been tried in the past, what can we do to get people to conserve? Because again, this is the one where, given that it's our flow, I suspect, I haven't done the relative economics because there's obviously the capital charge for the distribution, but I suspect if we could reduce our flow share, it would actually pass through to lower rates.
At a recent meeting, the investment we're making in the wastewater plant, at a recent meeting, I talked about grid mod as the biggest investment the city was doing, and I was trumped by the larger spending on the wastewater treatment plant. Utsuf and I did go down there. That was our rookie hazing visit, but it made a strong impression in terms of we were getting, I think someone referred to this a moment ago, we were getting ahead of regulations on nitrogen into the bay effluents. And so to make the point, to somehow have a big PR notion around this plant, it is really big. We decided for good reason years ago to do it, and now we're doing it. And it shouldn't be a surprise that it's now hitting our utility bills. It is ahead of the curve. We're environmentally on the right side of history. Maybe, I don't know, after yesterday's Supreme Court in San Francisco, I'm not sure that's still true. But generally just PR around the decision we made to invest in that plant. And it's of course not just Palo Alto. I'd highly encourage us to be thinking about how to craft the message and then get it out, whether it's things in the bill or campaign through media, local press, et cetera. We've got to get people to understand what's behind these numbers as opposed to just, salaries and the usual complaints that fill up angry letters to editor.
Okay. One more.
Just one more question. Do we have a place on our utilities website where we have the bill comparisons with our neighbors?
I believe so, yes. On our rates overview page, we have comparisons and information about our rate increases and what our rates go to pay for.
And that does include like a comparison with other cities?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, awesome.
I'll double check that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
If we have that on our website, could we please update that to a relevant comparison set?
Yes, and I did want to, up on the screen right now, I did want to, I provided an incomplete answer earlier to you. I do have this information available for the two largest other partners. So for Mountain View and Los Altos, those are partners, and they're included in our usual comparison group. So you can see that for Palo Alto, the This is at the current rate, at $55.93 per month per residential customer. That's close to Mountain View. Mountain View is a little bit lower and a little bit, Palo Alto is lower than Los Altos. And then for commercial and restaurant, Palo Alto is a little bit higher than the comparison city average for commercial and a little bit lower than the comparison city average. And you can look at the columns for Mountain View and Los Altos there.
Mountain View and Los Altos are partners with the big plan.
Yes, those are two of the partners, and there's several other partners I listed earlier that are not included on this chart. Stanford and East Palo Alto, Los Altos Hills.
I would
That's
maybe
it.
push back a little bit and say for the website, let's put some of those on, but I think the other communities are relevant too when customers are looking at it. Certainly for us, it's good to see that comparison. But I mean, people are going to want to know, how my vis-a-vis Redwood City, when I talk to people, that even though they're not a partner in the plant, I mean, this is something the general public is
Commissioner
necessarily
Phillips,
worth.
I totally agree. I just want to point out that because about, 40% or 50% of our costs are associated with the plant operation itself, those are a very appropriate comparison set. Whereas there are other plants that are treating the wastewater from these other facilities, and those plants are in varying states of upgrades themselves.
Understood.
Okay, we have a motion.
I move to accept the recommendation of staff and I guess the recommendation of the subcommittee to move forward with the proposed rate increase
With the cost savings.
with the cost savings
Identified by the
identified by the subcommittee. And I'll second that.
You want to call the roll?
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
And that would bring us on to item number 4, which is a letter that the subcommittee drafted. Is that a fair statement? And who was on the subcommittee, just to remind?
That's an accurate statement for the One Water advocacy letter.
Yes, and the other one
And-
Chris drafted. I got that, but for the
Uh,
One Water advocacy, we'll take that up first.
And that included Commissioners Mauter, Phillips, and myself.
Matter, Phillips, and yourself. Who would like to, the way this should work is someone from the subcommittee should discuss the letter, what's in there, why it's in there. I'm not sure, I should probably have told you that beforehand, putting you guys on the spot. But typically it's not staff driven, so you guys should, I apologize for not telling you that was the expectation. And then I guess the question is, Chris, do you view your letter as separate from this letter, or do you think thoughts should be integrated into this letter? Or do you think it should be a separate letter? I wanted to ask you that because I could either take them up both together and we could discuss doing one letter, or we could say, we'll take this letter up, decide where we are, and then see if we're going to move on. Then we'll discuss your letter second. I just was curious what you wanted to do.
My letter is very different. It's to a different audience. The letter, I believe, of the subcommittee is to close the loop. My letter is very different audience. The letter to the subcommittee, from the subcommittee, I believe, is to close the loop on an alternate water, the one water plan. What I'm talking about is, of course, related to that. It's wet like water, but it's other than that, totally different. It's to recommend to council that they, through BOSCA, request more dialogue, more information, more answers from SFPUC. So it's very different.
Okay, that's what I thought. So the plan is we'll take up the One Water letter first by the subcommittee, then we'll discuss your item. Yes, and before we do that, we will take a 5-minute break. All right.
Might want to ask for public comment.
We've come back from our break. Do you want to go to public comment?
If any member of the public would like to speak on item number 4, please raise your hand or press star 9 now. We do have an in-person comment. Peter?
Welcome, Peter.
So I have a few slides to share with you. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the policy director for the Tuolumne River Trust. And while I'm waiting for those slides, I just want to say I'm really impressed by this commission, and also I think staff did a really good job with the staff reports on 2 and 3. A lot of good transparency there. Tough decisions. Everyone's facing those tough decisions. San Francisco more so than others. Could I get my first slide, please? What I wanted to, or next slide. What I wanted to do is talk a little bit about the recent drought, 3 years from 2020 to 2022. And when we think about water, we have a water year that starts on October 1st before the wet season and then ends September 30th. So for these slides are for the last slide available for September of each of these years. So water year 2020, you see that was after 1 year of drought, and we had 1.2 million acre feet in storage, we being the SFPUC. Next slide. The following year, at the end of 2 years of drought, we had 995,000. Okay, next one. And then after the third year, we had 977,000. So we didn't lose that much water. And it's because, as we've talked about before, you can have dry years, but the SFPUC can be entitled to a lot of water. In an average year, it's 3 years worth. So you can be below. Next slide. And then 2023 was an incredibly wet year. You see that SFPUC was entitled to 2.7 million acre feet. So almost twice what their full capacity, storage capacity is. Now, obviously there's no place to put that. So what happened was, and I talked about this for the drought in the teens, for 3 years during the drought, the unimpaired flow in lower Tuolumne averaged 13%. And then in 2023, it was 81%. So that's the hoard and spill that we talked about. And I just bring this up because in a minute, I'm going to talk as if I don't appreciate rationing. And I do appreciate rationing, but it doesn't benefit the environment and it does hurt finances. Next one. So, and then at the end of water year 2023, we were back up to 1.4 million acre feet. But 2 million acre feet of entitlement went down the river. All the water that we conserved during the 3 years of the drought went down the river all at once. Next. So about halfway through the drought, the SFPUC declared the water shortage emergency. Next, click again, please. And at that point, we had 4.5 years worth of water in storage. And, Bosca was fine with this. They didn't think, hey, wait a minute, why are we encouraging water conservation? In San Francisco, they imposed a 5% surcharge. So please use 5% less water, but we're going to charge you 5% more, so your bill is going to stay the same. But all these other communities like Palo Alto is like, we got to conserve. They didn't say because we only have 4.5 years worth of water in storage. It's like, we're in this drought. And so fixed costs stay the same. And so you had to jack up rates. That was the outcome of that. Next slide. So this, this is actually the first quarter of the last fiscal year. By the end, the SFPUC had their retail sales in San Francisco were $25 million below what they projected. $25 million, it's like, where do we come up with this? Next slide. And the reason they gave, one of the reasons was that they didn't know that the drought surcharge that they'd imposed the year before was not going to be renewed. And they removed it in May of 2023. Next slide. Now, why did they wait till May of 2023? December and January were incredibly wet. I think we had the wettest 3-week period in January. So we knew in February when they had their budget meetings that there's the system's going to fill and it's going to spill. But they waited till May. Why? Well, they're cooking the books, kicking the can down the road. That's the way they operate there. Next slide. So something a little closer to home, one of the letters talks about, hey, what happens if the Finance Bureau sales projections are accurate and the urban water management plan demand projections are not? Great question. I really love the letter. This shows demand in 2020 was 199. Last year was 184 million gallons per day. And then you see the orange, those are the water enterprise. So those are the numbers that go into the urban water management plan. They're used for the alternative water supply plan. And they're much higher than the sales that are projected by the Finance Bureau in the yellow. And both have always been over projected, but finance has been a lot closer. So if finance is correct, and they're probably going to be high based on history, that's 37 million gallons per day less we would need in 2045, which would save us $7 billion, us being the SFPUC. So a huge amount of money. I mean, you guys are talking about millions, and it always shocks me. It's like, God, that's nothing. You know, at the PUC, $5 billion of debt just for the water enterprise right now, and these other things. Next slide, and this is my last one, and I appreciate a little extra time. So this is from this last February 11th budget hearing in San Francisco. The projections for 10-year out are, I think it's 196 there. So I will say for the last 10 years, demand has been under 200 million gallons per day. It looks like for the next 10 years, just the same. And we can't get BOSCA to ask for information. We can't get the commissioners at the SFPUC to ask. So it's really vital for Palo Alto and for all the other wholesale customers to get the information from the SFPUC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What, could you just elaborate or repeat, what is the information that you're referring to?
So the one comment I wanted to make on the One Water letter is that there is a sentence about the return period for the design drought, the likelihood of occurrence. And I think it says, you know, once every several 100,000 years, which is very, very high. And it's hard to come up with an accurate number because the SFPUC refuses to share that. So the numbers I've seen and used at different times are once in 70,000 years, once in 25,000 years. I now use once in 8,000 years. And that's based on a ratio that the SFPUC uses with the other droughts. So I would encourage you to change that in the letter. That's one critical thing. It's like, if you're doing a risk analysis, you got to know what the risk is, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what information specifically do you ask us to ask of PUC?
So I think the letter is great. If I recall correctly, it talks about, you know, what's the likelihood of the design drought.
Okay.
I'm saying I think it's once in 8,000 years. Okay. Jesus was born 2,000 years ago. Human civilization began 12,000 years ago. And the other one is, what if water sales and demand are much lower than projected? How will that, so basically model how these two things would impact the need for alternative water supplies that are incredibly expensive. They're looking at $17 to $25 billion worth of alternative water supplies. I think we don't need any. If we want to have a good insurance policy, maybe 20 million gallons per day. And that's not investing in the Bay Area what's super expensive. It's working with the irrigation districts to make them more efficient and to recharge groundwater. The solutions are super easy. SFPUC doesn't want to acknowledge any of that because they have a contractual obligation with the irrigation districts to follow their lead on fish flows. And the irrigation districts don't want to give up any water. So simply getting information from the SFPUC about what if like every single time in the past, your demand projections are inflated by 22%. What if we use more realistic numbers?
Sorry to ask a very specific, this came up in the break real quickly, and I'd like to ask, does the design drought, do we have it? Is it publicly available to see what this drought model is?
The drought model is, yes, it's publicly available, but it's basically one paragraph that they take the 87 to 92 drought, imagine that it repeats exactly as it was, and then it's followed immediately by the 76, 77 drought, which was the driest 2-year period on record.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. All right, coming back to the commission. Do we have the subcommittee want to talk about the letter?
Sure. I can speak on behalf of the subcommittee and the commission charged Commissioners Mauter, Phillips, and myself to draft a letter including some of our recommendations to council regarding the One Water plan and report that we received a few months ago. As you'll see in the letter, staff do not disagree with the letter. Staff agrees that investments in local alternatives are not prudent or recommended at this time, and we do not intend to imply otherwise. We do believe that this commission has a responsibility to directly communicate to and advise the council on our water supply and planning. In the letter, the subcommittee focused on two primary issues with the report. So instead of doing a detailed look at each aspect of the report and any smaller issues with the report, we focused on the two primary issues with the report. The first issue we focused on was, regardless of the methodologies used in the report relies on a premise of a 50% cutback scenario that the city has received from SFPUC that seems highly unlikely and deserves further validation before we use this cutback scenario to inform our own local planning and study, and before we make significant investments in our own infrastructure. The second issue that we expound upon is that the analytic framework of the report is faulty because the weighted scoring scheme of the report relies on violates the independence of irrelevant alternatives principle. We recommend that future reports should instead present the actual underlying metrics like dollar cost per acre foot. We think those will be more useful metrics for future policymakers to use to make decisions on local and regional planning and investment. In addition, in the report, we have included several strategic recommendations for moving forward. These recommendations in sum emphasize that the city does not exist as an island. We're part of a regional network of many small players, and future supply planning should include that. And we also recommend further regional collaboration, for example, making sure that we get accurate cutback assumptions. The subcommittee was concerned on how and why we spent $500,000 on the study. And part of this we felt was empowering staff to recommend to this commission and to council to say that we do not need reports like this. If you look at the cost, $500,000 is a 1% rate increase for a year. So in the future, we should not be willing to pay 1% of a rate increase for this kind of work, and staff should feel empowered to say that in the future. So that summarizes the letter, and we can, of course, answer more questions from the commission.
First of all, I wanted to thank you guys for your fine work on this. I think when you read it, you guys put a lot of thought and a lot of effort into this, and I think that's very much appreciated. I wanted to just go to staff and ask staff if they have any comments or concerns or anything they would like to say.
Thank you, Chair. Staff, thank you to the subcommittee for their work on this and for also allowing staff time to review the letter and provide some feedback on it in advance. So appreciate that opportunity. So staff doesn't have any concerns with this. Just a quick update for the commission that what staff is expecting to do is to forward the One Water plan to the council in alignment with what the UAC had recommended. We aren't going to recommend council adopt the plan. We will simply forward it as an information item to them in alignment with their priority work plan item that ultimately directed us to do the plan and to inform them, obviously, and we can use that analysis in the model in future choices. And obviously we would forward the letter if that's the will of the commission. I
think the letter is great. I fully support it. I don't know if anyone wants to make any comments.
I had one question.
Go ahead.
First of all, I agreed. I thought the work was really high quality and flagged, especially the top issues. The one question I had is, if we're agreed on, these are the scenarios that should be considered, and this is the methodology that should be used, what leverage do we actually have to change what SFPUC is doing?
We're sending this to council.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right, but I mean,
I'm just asking, looking
Yeah.
a few steps ahead.
whatever council can do on that, it's really up to them. And I think part of that would be career through BOSCA. Council could choose to talk to the SFPUC about it. I mean, what leverage does one city have outside of BOSCA? Probably not much.
Okay.
Right. And so it's really up to council. We're just telling them and the community, frankly, what our take on this is. Go ahead. Rachel.
Okay, great, thanks. I have a number of comments and then a discussion item for us. So thank you very much for putting this together, you guys. It's a very thorough description of the concerns, so I appreciate that. I'll just go through the pages. I guess my first thought was, we said we don't want to accept the plan, but I wondered if we wanted to say that differently, that we recommend against using this document for planning or investment decisions at this time. And I don't know if just not approving it is fine, if that's the formal way to enable us to still use it. I
So
want us to not throw it out, right?
Right, we're not throwing it out.
Yeah,
I think staff said basically, and we as the
Yeah.
commission already didn't approve it.
right.
So I think that's
Okay.
done.
Got it. Okay. So I think this could be a resource as we move forward in my other proposal that I'm going to make. So I think the section on the design drought, which is on page 2 of 4, I spent quite a bit of time on the long-term vulnerability assessment, trying to understand it to make sure I felt comfortable making these claims on this paragraph. But I do think, and thank you very much to Peter and Dave Warner for spending some time with me to explain to me. They have done this analysis, and I just want to point out that we are, in a way, putting a lot of our, we are getting a lot of our intel on this through their work, right? Because we have not received from SFPUC any assessment of what is the likelihood of the design drought. And I think that's one of the key issues. I think we can address it in the other letter from Commissioner Schuker. But just want to point out that we are kind of relying on their analysis of the likelihood of that drought. And so my modifications to this paragraph, there is kind of a sentence in the middle of the first large paragraph on page 2 of 4 that says, found that no drought in 25,000 years of stochastic modeling that approached the severity of the design drought scenario. So in looking through that report, the stochastic model basically had a much higher return period for all the droughts, all 3 of the droughts that were considered than the historical model did. And so I think the historical model should also be mentioned in this sentence. And I would say that the SFPUC found no drought in 25,000 years of stochastic modeling or 1,100 years of historic and paleo modeling that approached the severity of the design drought. So the stochastic modeling appeared much more, it took way longer for these droughts to occur. The historic model basically showed the lines were all lower, and it was more likely using historical models to happen. And so we talked about this several 100,000 years. Fourth, probability analysis suggests the design drought scenario has an exceptionally rare return period, potentially 1 in several 100,000 years. I would recommend modifying that to potentially 1 in 8,000 years, or we could put a range where it's 8,000 and could be higher. could be higher than 8,000 or higher. Might be a more realistic number. And I did discuss that with Peter and Dave, and that was a comment that he just made right now, was that it would be more realistic to put that number in there.
So let's stop there for a second.
Yeah.
Does anyone oppose doing that? What do you guys think? You're on the committee. What's the committee?
Yeah, no opposition to that. I think all of that additional context is helpful in the letter. To be clear, that all of these points are relying on the metrics we receive from members of the public.
Right.
And I think that's clear in the letter, but I think these additional points are very helpful.
I did think that members of the public have noted doesn't introduce the whole paragraph, so it isn't clear that it all comes from the members of the public. I know that because I was here listening to it, but I don't know if we need to make it more clear that entire paragraph relies on members of the public, right?
I don't think we do, but if you want
Okay,
to, I'm
so
not gonna.
I'm okay letting that go. But
I just want to make
did wanna
sure
point
that
out.
staff, this is more of a housekeeping. I just want to make sure that staff has your amendment so that they can make the change in the letter. So maybe you want to just
Yeah.
repeat the
Could you just
language,
repeat it one more time for
Yes.
us?
or
Okay.
either email it to them right now, one or the other.
Looks like she has a hard copy.
I have a hard copy. I'll give
Yeah,
it to you.
if you could just read it to us, then we can incorporate it.
And read it to you right now?
Yep.
Okay. So the first comment was on the 25,000 years of stochastic modeling
Mhm.
and 1,100 years of historic and paleo modeling.
I'm sorry, you said 11,000, 1,100?
1,100.
Thank you.
So it's no drought in 25,000 years of stochastic modeling or 1,100 years of historic and paleo modeling that approached the severity. And then the second change is the sentence that says potentially 1 in several 100,000 years. It would be revised to say, fourth, probability analysis suggests a design drought scenario has an exceptionally rare return period, potentially 8,000 years or more.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, and the other thing I wanted to ask, and I didn't read the final paragraph in the strategic considerations as reading this way, so I just wanted to state this. I guess as I look at this One Water plan and I think about every single city in the Bay Area doing one of these and paying the money to do this, it makes me feel terrible that we all would repeat this, where we're all in the same region, we all rely on the same water system. And it seems like a big waste of money for everyone to be doing this. A lot of the data would most likely be the same or similar in the analyses of the options in the cities that surround us. So do we want to make a recommendation that we would to work with some of our neighboring cities? Maybe it's those cities that share the water treatment plant, maybe it's the cities in Bosca, to have a more regional planning process. It does say work within, acknowledge that we're within this community of other cities, but to me, it seems like so many of these options are so expensive. Why would we not take a more regional approach where we're all sharing the cost of building anything? Should we get in this situation where we actually need some alternative water source, why would Palo Alto do it on our own? And so I'm not suggesting that we embark on any investments, but that we actually have some discussions to figure out if other cities would want to do this with us.
I think I am not in support of that. And I think the reason is that our regional partners in the water treatment plant and all that, yes, but we already talked to them. I am assuming we should ask staff if they're sharing, but the other thing, that's really the purpose of Bosca in many ways. When you say talk to all of the SFPUC cities, that's really what Bosca is supposed to be. And so I'm unclear.
But I mean, is Bosca why are we doing this on our own? Why
Why
are
do we
we?
do the one water? plan?
Yeah, why are we
You
doing it?
should
Why?
ask staff that. That's a good question. Ask staff.
So that is my comment is why would this not be a regional effort with Bosca rather than on our own?
Hi, Carla Daly, Assistant Director. I mean, we do coordinate and collaborate with our fellow cities and we do work regionally. I think the reason we did One Water is two things. One is to provide a framework for when these projects come along with whatever partners might be involved in such a project in the future. We have some place to start from when we are evaluating those opportunities. And I can pretty much promise that any project that we would bring forward, council will and should ask us, well, have you looked at A, B, C, D? Have you, all these things that we have control over within our service territory? And we can say, well, yes, we have actually, and here are all the studies that we've done looking at those, and we can do some quick updates to costs or whatever so that we have a comparison rather than saying, oh, no, shoot, we've never actually thought about doing that on our own and we have no idea what that would look like. So, it is good planning to look at all of our options, and these are the options that are in our control that we could kind of start with the one water plan to lay that foundation for future decisions that might come before council.
Do we have any awareness of whether other cities within Bosca are doing the same thing? And the reason I'm asking that is the comment about the duplicative effort. And I wonder can we share a plan with others to whom this would be relevant and possibly recoup some money so they don't have to go do their own plan? So what are our other cities doing about this?
There are definitely other cities looking at one water planning, and not everybody has the same definition of one water plan, and certainly everybody's service territory is slightly different. And so, yeah, there might be opportunities in the future to kind of take what we, each have learned from our own studies and use those to inform decisions that we're making as regional partners. I don't know the answer to your second question about recouping any money, but it's important work that a lot of cities are doing across the state and across the country, honestly, looking at water and in this more holistic manner. And that's what we were trying to provide a framework for.
I mean, the answer to your recoup money is no. I mean, it's a public document, right? And so all they need to do is to read it. So why would they pay for it?
Model.
Couple of
Carla, would it be, the Bosca might say to this concept of regionalizing the question of water recycling, they might say, well, that's what SFPUC is doing with their alt water. Wouldn't that be Bosca's response?
So, I mean, Bosca is not a water supplier. Bosca is
Water purchaser, right?
They're not a purchaser either.
Yeah,
We are a
yeah,
purchaser.
you're right, yeah.
And so that's not really Bosca's role. Bosca can facilitate discussions among us, and they can facilitate discussions between us and the SFPUC, but they thus far have not been a project developer or water supplier. That's not the role that they play.
All right. Do you want to move the letter?
Move to forward this letter to council with the amendments from Commissioner Croft.
I'll second that.
Do you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Now moving on to Commissioner Tucker's letter. Do you want to introduce it and talk about why you think it's necessary and what the goals are and all of that?
Sure. So I think it was in November or December, SFPUC and BOSCA presented to this commission. It was Steve Ritchie and the outgoing head of BOSCA. And it was very good of them to come down and present and answer questions. But it then did leave us with a lot of the things we've just been talking about. In other words, design drought. It led to a lot of discussion here and public comment on things we wish that SFPUC would explain better. And so when I think I was the one that proposed a couple of meetings ago, we ought to ask SFPUC to come back and maybe bring some different modeling scenarios and so forth. But it was pointed out to me by Carla and others that, that is BOSCA's role. This is a letter that ought go not from our city council to SFPUC, it ought to go through BOSCA to SFPUC. So the letter is now structured in such a way that I am proposing to us, the commission, that we vote and present the letter to council, and council send the letter to BOSCA, giving them the opportunity to present it to the audience, the real audience, which is SFPUC. What's the purpose? It's just to address a lot of the things we've discussed in previous meetings and again tonight. The fact that on the supply side, well, first on the demand side, we've heard about that this evening, a consistent year after year trend of over projecting our actual water usage. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's to the tune of about 20% average for 20 years. They have been over projecting actual demand. And so on the supply side, we get into these notions of design drought. There is this design drought. Perhaps it's not well enough explained, understood, at least by me, but of course staff might have a very different point of view, and I think I'd like to hear that. But I'd like this letter to get SFPUC to explain design drought better and bring back different scenarios. What if it were not 6+2 years mashed together? What if they took a year or two out of that? What if just they had assumed different demand forecasts? There's been this notion of the enterprise forecast versus the finance forecast. From my point of view, just pick a couple of lower demand numbers than what you've got and let us see some scenarios. How would that affect then the return periods on different drought scenarios? My letter includes a couple of other things, like does snowpack matter? Obviously we get our water from snow, but does it matter at the rate of which the snow melts in climate change? That's an issue that we'd like to put to sensitivity analysis. And then the last thing my letter touches on is really this question of storage. Peter Druckmeyer presented storage numbers earlier, but storage versus the Bay Delta plan. Palo Alto has supported the Bay Delta plan. I think we're one of very few regional cities that do. The Bay Delta plan is still a subject of debate and not yet decided. And so with this as a California policy issue, and with Palo Alto being on the side of the issue that we are on, it'd be helpful, I think, for SFPUC to speak also to issues of, what would their storage capacity, what would things look like if you were to model back the last few years, had we been under Bay Delta assumptions of through flow? That was the last item in my letter. So again, just to summarize, demand projections are consistently too high. What if you gave us lower demand scenarios? Supply design droughts are arguably too aggressive, too conservative. What if you gave us different design droughts? How would that all change our need for water? And so I'd like this letter to get onto the BOSCA board calendar, which I think their next meeting is the 20th of March, our council would have time to decide whether to present this at that March 20th meeting. And so that's where we are tonight.
Just sort of a process question. So this letter goes to the city council and it goes to Bosca. What does that mean? What do we expect from Bosca? Do we expect everybody to say,
To pass
oh
it
my
along.
God, this is correct. We want you to pass along. Do we not have a channel directly
So-
from the city to SFP?
We
PUC?
don't. Well, I mean, obviously, the city could write a letter directly to SFPUC if they want.
Yeah.
I mean, the city council could. I've been giving this a lot of thought. I mean, I think the issues Chris raises are valid. I mean, Peter brings them up in front of Bosca all the time. He brings them to the city council all the time. Greer Stone is our representative to Bosca. I know Greer understands these issues. I know he's working with Bosca to try and get them addressed. I'm trying to put myself in Greer's position here. Would this be helpful to me or would this hurt me? I'm also asking about and trying to think about preserving the authority, frankly, of the UAC and we are sending the one water letter. I think some of these concerns bleed over into that and are actually in the other letter. I don't think things you put in here are wrong. I think there would be great if the SFPUC did it. The question is, what is the best way to achieve that? And I guess I don't think that us sending this letter is going to accomplish that. I don't see how this would be helpful to Greer. I haven't heard him come forward and say, yes, please send the letter. I haven't heard.
Did you ask him?
I did not ask him,
Oh,
but I know he's aware of it.
I gave it to him.
Okay, so you gave it to him already. He already
No,
has it.
That's not to the council, but yeah, to Greer.
No, but I mean, if you gave it to Greer, Greer already has it.
Yeah.
As a former council member and mayor, and I hate to play that card, I really do. But a lot of the times when you're most effective is not what I call, and I don't mean this in a negative way, it's not sending the letter, it's not yelling and screaming, it's what you can accomplish by talking to people behind the scenes, and that's really Greer's job with Bosca. I mean, he's aware of these issues, council's aware of them. And I guess from my point of view, I think it takes away from our one water letter that we're sending to send two letters. And I think this will not be helpful. And I understand the frustration. I'm actually glad you did it. It's been agendized. The public can read it. The public can see it. And I think the questions you raise in this are good. And you've already given it to Greer. So I'm not sure what we gain, frankly, by sending this to council. You obviously can disagree, but I am not going to be supportive of this. So I don't know. That's really what I had to say to that.
Yep.
Excuse me. I do think that there's some sort of valuable overlap between the letter, the one water letter, and your letter. Although I think, as Commissioner Tucker points out, the audience is different. And so there is actually some substantive differentiation between those two pieces. Having no experience being mayor, I guess I would ask whether that's the appropriate decision for the UAC to make, or whether that's in fact the appropriate decision for council to make as to whether they decide to ask Greer to send it to the Bosca and then Bosca send it to SFPUC. I guess my point being, we can kind of say whatever we want as a UAC, and ultimately councils can filter, right? And should filter our perspective. But that it isn't, with it's a genuine question, like whether it's our job to censor ourselves or whether it's council's job to filter what we give them.
I guess I would prefer to see council not filter what we give them. I would prefer that when we give council something. Sorry, I said I would prefer that when we give council something, that it has weight behind it, that they listen to us and that we maintain that, because basically we're an advisory body. And my view of it is I want council to take us very seriously and to listen to what we have to say and to have us weigh in on the right things. And I don't want, as a council member, if I got this letter, I'd be like, what are they doing? There is frankly a Bosco representative who is very familiar with these issues, who is also a former mayor, who clearly understands these issues. It's not like anything we're saying in here is not news. I mean, I don't think there's anything in here that council does not know. And I don't think there's anything in here that Greer does not know. And now that you've given him the letter, he clearly knows it. So
Greg,
that's
sorry,
my issue.
how do you think that city council would know? What reason or opportunity would they have to know any of this? This does not come up in Bosca meetings. It's not as if Bosca spends a lot of time talking and debating the design drought.
But council's talked a lot about the design drought. Council understands the design drought. I mean, look, we're welcome. If the rest of you want to send the letter, send the
What do
letter.
others
I'm
think?
just one perspective. That's all.
I guess it's kind of a process question. I mean, the two questions in your letter that I like answered, I mean, I appreciate the whole letter, are the issue of the design drought and the persistent over demand estimation on the part of SFPUC. And I would like to get an answer to that. And I don't quite know. And I think for our planning purposes as an advisory group, and in fact, to give good advice, I would like to understand better where SFPUC comes up with these. The process question, I do struggle with that. I mean, is sending this letter the right process? Because it goes to Bosco, what happens then? You know, everybody, Greer and the council maybe already know all this, but what are they doing? Do they realize that, you know, we are concerned as a advisory group, yes, an advisory group, about these issues to the extent that they come up year after year? They're driving major investment decisions. They're driving decisions about the rates that we're going to charge people, and yet we're kind of, you know, in the dark. So I'm, you know, again, it's more the process issue is what's the most effective way of getting to the SFPUC and letting them know that this is a concern of maybe, yeah, I get it, we're a small customer, but these are real issues.
If I could, first off, I'm not sure we're a small customer in the scheme of Bosca. Numbers would help, and I don't have them. But Palo Alto is not a small customer. In terms of the process, I've tried to word the letter in such a way that, and as I said, we invite Bosca to play its role and present this to all of our supplier, SFPUC. And if Bosca does not want to do that, I would like our advice to council to be that council then give the letter straight to SFPUC. That's where I started this first draft a couple months ago, but it does make more sense to give Bosca the opportunity. They have a new CEO, of course, to do it the way that, you know, we'd love them to function that way. But if they don't want to do it that way, then we give it direct.
You have a third choice. You could write a letter that basically to council that says, we can't seem to get this information. We would like this information. We would like help from council in seeing, to figure out the best way to get answers to the following questions from SFPUC and Bosca. And if council can do that, that would be very appreciated at the UAC. That I could support.
That sounds like a good cover letter for the letter where we say exactly that. And we have drafted this letter for you to send if you wish.
You could basically shorten it to these are the questions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what you could do. I could support that. I can't support this letter the way it's written. And I'm happy if you want to rewrite it, and we could have it.
I would support it with the proviso you said we would like answers to these questions. I would say we need answers to these questions in order to make prudent recommendations to the council moving forward. This is not a like to have.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Is it possible to do those line edits right now so that we could get them, this letter to council through?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would that be amenable? Is it worth proposing those amendments?
Other comments?
One of my thoughts had been to combine this with One Water, it's quite a strong statement to not accept the One Water plan. And these are critical reasons why the One Water plan is not acceptable. So it feels to me that it is, it could have gone with the One Water. It could have gone with One Water letter to say that we need the answers to these questions, but I think it could be an addendum, or it goes to city council in the same packet, and we just say, we are unable to make recommendations without the answers to these 5 questions or 4 questions, or 3, I think it is, but.
Can I just respond on 2 points? I mean, one of the reasons that we couldn't put this letter in the One Water plan letter is that we had a subcommittee, and the subcommittee cannot be more than 3 people. And so there were just real procedural reasons that was not possible. I think that the other kind of key piece here is that the One Water plan was written to respond to the conditions that we are given by SFPUC. The second letter questions the validity of those conditions, right? Which is certainly alluded to in the One Water plan letter as well, but I'm not sure that the One Water plan letter is the correct place to explicitly make these distinct requests, right? The One Water plan letter is closing out the One Water plan effort. This, to me, seems like a bit more of a future-looking effort, understanding that there's definitely overlap. But I guess I would be supportive of asking council to help us get answers to these questions, and maybe not move away from language asking them to pursue one particular route over another in order to seek those questions, the answers to those questions. They may opt to send a letter.
Yeah, what is the one route that, I guess the route I'm suggesting is, hey, send this letter. And what else?
Well, I think Chair Sharp is suggesting that potentially other back channels, just Greer raising these questions independently, could be more politically effective in eliciting the answers that we need.
Well, then I come back to your point, which is let's let the council decide what they want to do with these. I mean, I can't speak for all of us. I can just say, I think this is the right thing for the commission to send this letter to the council and have them debate it. And if they say, this is a perfect letter, let's send it, done. Or if they say, I like a lot of these ideas, Greer, you go back channel it, then that council can decide that. I'm not sure why we.
Yeah. Commissioner Ticker, my response to that is that a letter that comes with unanimous support, excuse me. Nothing's anonymous around here. Unanimous support is a much stronger letter to council. And so seeking compromise to me seems like an incredibly important path to pursue in this instance.
I think, Chair Scarf, you had the idea of an alternative letter. I think that seems to me to be the reasonable compromise. How would we get that letter drafted? I
think we could draft that tonight. I mean, my view of it would be something along, we can give direction to staff to draft it, which would be, basically, dear council, as what you said, we are finding it extremely difficult to, give advice without answers to the following questions. We would really appreciate it if you could use all of your efforts to get the SFPUC to answer the following questions. And then if we could just write those questions out, take them right out of the letter here and list them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. So that council knows exactly that it's succinct, that they read it, that they say, hey, this is the information that the UAC is asking for. I think they'll act on that, at least I hope they will. And that we would then hopefully see some results from that. That would be the hope.
Just to add my opinion to the mix, I think this letter raises some very important points that need to be addressed by BOSCA and SFPUC. I like the approach that Commissioner Phillips and Chair Scharf have recommended in terms of giving council the questions that Commissioner Tucker have put together, in the sense that it gives council the broadest possibility and broadest optionality to pursue those questions, rather than a specific format that I think a letter might be. And I do think there's some risk that if we present a letter to council, that they choose not to forward it, and then we lose the chance to get these questions answered. So I'm looking at it from that perspective. I think these are very important questions. I really like these questions. We need these questions answered. And let's let council know that and give council the broadest optionality to get that information for us.
So a question for staff. Are you drafting the letter right now?
Thank you, Chair. I started to at least reporter type the initial musings that the commission has already identified. I think we can obviously go back and watch the tapes to get and frame that out. I think the piece that staff would be missing is what specifically are the list of questions. And so I think the
So,
UAC's
Commissioner
dialogue
Tucker,
on that
would
would
you
be
like to
helpful.
just sort of tell staff what the questions are out of the letter?
Yeah, I can follow that up afterwards.
No, let's do it now.
Oh, the letter, please, sir.
Well, but read them out loud so the public can hear it, and so that everyone here knows what those questions are.
Okay, all of the questions are in the public now, so I don't know if that's important, but I can read the letter. I just think the most efficient. What I would recommend, by the way, in response to this whole conversation, is that we do exactly what my recommendation would be that we do exactly what you've suggested, you plural, and list the questions that we'd like council to seek answers to. And then we say, here is a letter exactly like I've drafted it. You could choose to use if you want. And that way it's already, if they love the letter, they can use it. If they don't, they can throw it away. That would be here are the questions and here's the formulation of those questions. You can choose to send it if you like. So as far as what the questions are, let's see, they are,
Commissioner Tucker, I think there's 3 in paragraph number 3.
Paragraph 3.
It looks like there's another 3
everywhere you see a question mark.
in paragraph number 4.
Yeah, what is the reason for using higher enterprise forecast projections? I don't want to lead with that question, but okay. Really, we ask the SFPUC rerun analysis based on lower demand projections. That I think is on the demand side, that is the question. They could use the Finance Bureau numbers if that's appropriate, but just run some other lower demand projections.
Well, I think your first question is how accurate have these demand projections been
True.
over the past
Thank you.
25 years? The second being, beginning with it's could be a full question because it ends with this question of what's the reason for using the higher enterprise forecast? It's embedded in there, but it's there. And then the third one being, as you said, please run these projections based on the Finance Bureau. Also, please run the demand numbers with a future going out 25 years with decreased demand.
I would be happy to leave out the question, what's your reason for using finance numbers?
Sure.
I don't want to.
Maybe it's a.
I don't want to provoke. The more important question is, would you please run
Okay.
Choose another lower set like the finance numbers to come back to us with different scenarios.
May I make a slight amendment to, or ask you what you're asking? So in my mind, what are we asking them to rerun? Are we asking them to do their LTVA all over again using different demand scenarios? What exactly are we asking them for? So I wrote new risk assessment using lower, more realistic demand projections. In sub-bullet is using the Finance Bureau numbers, and another sub-bullet was using even lower numbers that are based on actual current use today. I don't know if we want to say growing it 1% per year. Those are two models we'd like to see, something like that. Those are the two things we want to see. But are we looking for the long-term risk assessment to be rewritten with different assumptions, or what exactly are we asking them to do with the numbers?
I'm reluctant to answer that, especially with experts like Carla. approaching the
Please use your
microphone.
mic, Commissioner.
Maybe,
Maybe it's appropriate to ask staff how those numbers would actually help in planning and forecasting around both our own water supply plan and rates.
and while we wait, it was also pointed out, a lot of what we know here has come from public comment. Peter Dreckmeyer's spoken on a lot of these things, so maybe we ask thoughts from both of them on what it is, the best way to formulate this question.
To be honest, commissioners, I think staff is still struggling to understand, I think, the question that Commissioner Croft posed, which is we understand the difference, right, between the finance numbers and the demand projections. But what specifically are we looking for SFPUC or SFPUC to rerun with the finance numbers? Are you a drought? Are you what specific financial outcome or model outcome are you looking?
I don't think we want to put in terms of rerunning anything. What I would ask him is, what is the impact on the current and projected financials and the risk that you would see from lowering the numbers? I wouldn't instruct them how to do it. I wouldn't say rerun. I would just say, what is the impact?
I'll say what I would like to see. Okay, so we have supply and we have demand. And one of the concerns is on supply, one of the concerns is on demand. And where I am uncomfortable is knowing, okay, so we know how much storage we have historic records, we have a very detailed model of 25,000 years of expected weather. I would like to know, with realistic projections of supply and demand, what are the scenarios for running out of water? So on the supply side, on the demand side, which is where the letter starts first, I would like to see a more realistic demand estimate using the financial model, and then using a current usage that grows at some reasonable rate. And then on the supply side, I would like to understand, we have this 8.5-year drought. So I'd like to say, okay, what's the likelihood of that occurring? There's all these models, and I don't believe we have a published probability of that drought occurring. We even were struggling on what to say in our letter because it has not been provided to us by SFPUC. So we need a likelihood of the drought. We need which is supply. We need how much we're using. And then we need to know, what's our risk? And should we model, if that drought is way too unlikely, we should come up with a more realistic design drought so that we understand our situation with supply and demand, and where we run out with our 1.4 million acre feet of water. I feel like those are the areas where the numbers are just not realistic, not believable, because we've seen the errors on the demand side and the supply side with this model, there's a mistake in the sand.
So I concur with that in general. My recommendation is, I'm not sure we're going to get this letter drafted tonight with this committee and staff. So I might suggest a subcommittee, maybe you obviously, and someone else.
You.
Oh, Jesus.
Do we need to do that? I mean, I feel like I just wrote down these questions that, to me, I think get it. We want a.
Why don't you finish? Because I actually thought you were getting
Yeah, I
there.
thought you were on the right track. I'm just worried about then everybody sequentially
The
wordsmithing.
three things I thought, okay, so we want a new risk assessment. Those are the things I'm not sure what we're asking for. We want lower, more realistic demand projections. So we would like
We want a
a new
realistic design
set of
draft.
demand projections. We would like a new set of demand projections using lower, more realistic numbers. For example, one would be using the Finance Bureau numbers, the other would be using the current numbers and growing at, I don't know what we think that rate should be, but we can discuss that. So that would be my suggestion for issue number 1 that we want. Number 2 is SFPUC to publish the likelihood of the design drought occurring. Like, what's the return period for the design drought? And then model the likelihood, what's the likelihood using a less severe drought? For example, 7.5 years instead of 8.5 years is what I saw in the letter, right?
Yeah, take a year out.
And I don't know if you want to make other suggestions, if you want to see others.
Multiple scenarios, two, three different scenarios on design drought.
And then, so we can discuss that. And then the third thing I saw was looking back at the 3 droughts modeled in the LTVA, what would the storage levels be if the Bay Delta plan was in place?
Okay.
Those were the 3 things I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I have just a couple of points of clarification from Carla. Bosca is currently in the process of doing a demand analysis, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know when that is likely to be complete?
I mean, I think they want to get it done before everybody has to do their urban water management plans next year. So pretty soon.
Okay. I think it might be valuable for us to specifically request that SFPUC use Bosca's own future demand projections, rather than, I mean, maybe in addition to their current set of either finance or let's see, the enterprise forecast. Just being that I think Bus was doing a big study on this, that's going to be the scenario that honestly we want to use, right? Or that Bosco is going to want to see analyzed. So maybe dropping that in there could be valuable. I think that, I think the supply side pieces are important and that you've summarized them fairly well. I do want to point back to the recording from when both or when SFPUC and Bosco were here. I think I had detailed kind of several analyses I would like to see from them on the demand side, on the supply side, and then on the adaptive or trigger-based deployment side. I don't have the same notebook with me today, but I think there's a sort of helpful, I don't know, maybe rather than trying to spell it out here, to point council to that meeting in general as a source of other questions that were also raised by the UAC. Because I think there was just a lot that, council watching that could more deeply understand the origin of these questions, as well as the full richness that is going to be needed to position us to effectively advise going forward.
And I think Commissioner Tucker had raised before the prospect of doing like a joint session with council and the commission and Bosca or SFPUC. And maybe that's something we also add as a question to our list of questions. I don't know if that's still something that that the commissioner is interested in.
I would believe in a shorter list of questions than a longer list. And I would personally put that as maybe a nice to have that we communicate separately. I want this to have real impact. I'm afraid if we just put too many laundry lists in there, it becomes, oh yeah, and this other thing we thought about too. Not just, I really would like it to be 3 questions.
You want it to be.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
fair point. Yeah.
Okay. I believe I captured Commissioner Croft's, I think, 4 questions. So perhaps if I share my screen, that might be helpful.
That'd be very helpful.
I do not have the skills of the city clerk, so I appreciate your patience in trying to edit on the fly, as I suspect we're going to end up there very shortly. I would like to just amplify the idea of keeping this concise and direct and for the council. I think it's a great idea to point them towards the UAC discussion as a reference point. However, if the commission would like any of those questions to be answered by the council or advocated for by the council, I think you need to enumerate them here. I don't think it's fair to ask the council to watch and get those. So I just want to set the expectations that, the concise questions are going to be essentially what council will see. And ultimately, to set expectations, the council could say, okay, great, thanks. They could, go pound down the door of our partners, or they could ask Greer to do what he can to assist in obtaining these as our Bosco representative or some other alternative path. So I just want to throw that out there. So let me share my screen. Success. And please know the italicized portion is just, I'm going to staff will pull the preamble later. Most importantly, I think, is making sure everyone agrees with what the specific questions are.
I believe the finance assumptions was capitalized in letter to Finance Bureau. Is that correct, Commissioner Tucker?
And then in B, potentially using the latest VOSQA or using VOSQA projections that are anticipated to be published in AY 25.
Is BOSQA projecting just their usage or all of SFPUC?
No, just their usage.
Okay, so if we're asking SFPUC to rerun numbers, do we want them to rerun in B? Do we want that to be current usage or projections starting from current usage incorporating
Yeah,
BOSCA's?
that would be great.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I would also like to be like the Jeopardy host and say we should put this in the form of questions. So it would be, what is the impact on the financial projections of using I don't know if we want to call them more realistic numbers, maybe more conservative numbers.
Maybe we avoid a value judgment altogether and just ask for.
Yes, I mean, I don't want to say.
Are we looking for the financial impact? We're looking for, I feel like this is a risk model. It's more like we need the estimates of demand in order to do the risk model, or are you coming at it from a more financial angle?
I'm saying the financial projections and the risk of drought. I mean, what do we want? I mean, we know those projections. If we just want to use them ourselves, that's fine. But we want something from them. And, you know, what I want is to see what the impact would be on the charts that we've seen from them of these different assumptions about future demand and future supply. Does the rest of the commission agree with that?
Yeah, I would add, though, it's a risk. I mean, the One Water plan, the reason we needed this, the One Water at least
So I'd
was a
say
risk.
financial projections on financial projections and risk. Does that capture your meaning, Commissioner Croft?
Yeah, I guess I'm, the financial projections, I guess I focused less on them when I read the long-term risk vulnerability assessment, although they did have a section on the financial projection, so.
So are the commissioners looking for demand projections or financial projections?
We're looking for the impact on the financial projections and the risk, I believe. Correct, Commissioner Cross?
Well, so my interest is to the intersection of where the supply and the demand have issues for risk more so than finance. That's because I was living in the long-term, the vulnerability assessment in One Water as we came into this discussion. So my thought was.
And risk, financial projections and risk, or you just?
Well, for sure risk, but again, like what are we asking them for? I thought we were asking them for new demand projections.
That's what I thought too. I thought the purpose of the letter that Commissioner Tucker had drafted was to seek better and more accurate demand projections, given the historically overestimation from SFPUC in the past, and given the more conservative estimation in the Finance Bureau projections.
I would find that to be an unrealistic ask of them. We're asking them to come up with a set of new demand projections to send to us, or to do what with?
No.
I mean, we can come up with our own demand projections. I'm interested in what's the impact of more realistic demand projections on the risk. You know, we already have the financial projections, which are.
I think where we're getting caught up is the use of the term financial projections when it's risk projections that we're looking for. Right?
But the financial projections, I think, refers to the Finance Bureau. It's the difference. Demand.
No, I think that's Finance Bureau assumptions are below. So that, right? Because that's set up.
Okay, so take out, just
It
say
should
on
what is
risk.
the impact on the risk projections, I think.
I'm fine with that.
Might we say something like, what is the impact of alternate? I mean, I think if you don't have the word demand in here, it's going to be confusing.
Right.
Yeah. I hate editing on the fly.
So, I mean, I'll add one small piece of information. The demand projections that for the wholesale customer class comes from us. So we are providing that to the SFPUC, just to make sure everybody has the same information on the dais.
I think that, Carla, the issue that the commissioners are getting at is the discrepancy between using finance projections and water enterprise projections for future demand scenarios when projecting long-term impacts of drought and like building infrastructure for long-term impacts to mitigate the long-term impacts of drought. Right? If you use higher demand, you're going to need to build more infrastructure and your costs are going to be much higher and your risk of not meeting that demand is much higher. And so I think SFPUC, Peter's point has been consistently that in using one set of numbers to do future planning scenarios, you are potentially over designing your system. Is that also your understanding, or
I understand that point that has been made. I'm just offering that the demand projections come from us, ourselves. So I'm just trying to help craft
But what
whatever
does that
question
mean,
it
the
is.
demand projections, when they use the finance projections?
Well,
as
I mean, yeah, they're doing a conservative, as many utilities do across many different types of utilities. They're using a lower sales projection so that they make sure they collect their revenue requirement.
But the historical numbers show that both estimates are higher than actual. I think that's where we're getting caught up, is that even the finance projections, as I understand, as it's been presented to us,
Are still higher.
even, okay, so that you got the top level, which I forget what it's called, then you got the finance level, and then you have reality, right? And that it's been presented to us that even the finance bureau numbers have proven to be high. So
And yeah, I mean, I think we could get into a long discussion about why there may be some systemic over projections of demand, but I think the agenda item tonight is the letter. So I'm just trying to help provide some information for you to craft your question.
I think the way that you've reordered it there, so publish the likelihood of the design drought occurring, maybe we can have the alternative design drought comment go under that. But then what is the impact on the risk projections using, I think that's better actually, because they have done a risk assessment and, what is the risk of running out of water starting at 1.4 million acre feet using the design drought and these new demand projections? With
Yes,
that,
that's it. That's the question.
Maybe take a look at this. I tried to reorder it as Commissioner Croft just identified, and also frankly put in the layman terms of what are the risk projections of running out of water using the following alternative scenarios. Is that the intent?
could you put, bullet point 2, could that be a sub bullet that is the likelihood of design, what is the likelihood of a less severe drought occurring? And you could, in paren, 7.5 years, and then you could just end it at 7.5 years. What is the likelihood of a less severe drought occurring? And then, for example, 7.5 years.
And we just
I don't think you need to
pulled
rest
that seven and a
sentence.
half years out of the air, right? I mean, it's
Yeah,
not like we
I think
said,
it's been,
I mean, I wish we knew what's like a 1,000-year drought. What's the length of like a 1,000-year drought or a 500-year drought as opposed to an 8,000-year drought? That would be sort of the question.
Maybe my microphone doesn't seem to be working.
oh,
And perhaps for the first one, we should put it as a question as well. How is the likely, what is the calculation behind the likelihood and period of the design drought?
Are you asking for the likelihood looking backward of an 8.5-year drought or forward with a climate change model?
I'm asking for their calculations of the likelihood. I don't know what model they used. That's an area that's,
Right, we could just ask, what's the calculation behind the likelihood and period of design drought?
Yeah.
I think that's helpful.
If I could jump in, it feels to me like we're overcomplicating this. I also, as I've said before, I don't want to get hung up on finance bureau versus enterprise. I just want them, I mean, we've all done modeling on simple spreadsheets and we do scenarios, big, small, medium. All I'm aware that we are getting from SFPUC is a model that tells us things like the return period on a design drought they've constructed, a 6+2 year design drought. They talk about return periods. They talk about million gallons a day or acre feet gaps and deficits. Fine, I understand those to be very conservative. We've used the word scare tactic scenarios. And so I'm asking that they simply, like playing with a spreadsheet, go do some other model scenarios and let us see them, so that what would the return period be on a less severe design drought? It's not for me to say, take 1 year out or this or that, but or use the Finance Bureau numbers. Those have been suggestions. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. But if I were the council, would say to SFPUC, politely through Bosca, is come on, give us some more realistic scenarios, because we're looking at scenarios for, again, return periods on drought. Maybe, I don't know if they ever tell us what the likelihood of a drought is, or the gap. We have seen charts with million gallons a day of, I'll call it gap or deficit, all of which drives right into our need for a $500,000 one water study. If we could see those numbers in different scenarios, where the scenarios are lower demand and less severe design drought, that's what I'd like to see.
I think we're getting there. I actually think we should use the return period.
Okay.
And the return period is just the reciprocal of the likelihood of the percent chance in any given year. So I think we should say, what is the return period
Of a shorter design
of
drought.
the design drought?
A shorter design drought.
Which is, and we could say, and your calculations behind it.
Yes.
And then you say, what is the return period for a less severe drought, or of a shorter drought? And I don't think it needs to be a long sentence. It's just, and I don't know if you want to put
But
a target year on there.
I think what you're asking them to do is, this is not, unless we want to tell them what less severe drought is, or which models to run, which I don't know.
I'm saying I don't want to.
Yeah, I think we need to avoid that. So I think it would be helpful to ask them to do sensitivity, like just broadly, please do sensitivity analysis on the return period, the deficit, and then the financial impact of a less severe design drought. Right? Those are the three things we care about. But I'm not sure, just like.
Commissioner, can you repeat that, please?
Sure. What are the, could you please provide sensitivity analysis on the design drought by, evaluating the effects of a less severe design drought on return period, deficit, and cost. Or a less severe design drought on the return period. I mean, on a specified return period, but anyway, the deficit and an associated financial, or just a cost.
And while we type, I'd like to ask if Peter Dreckmeyer and the public, who's talked on these topics so many times, wants to speak for a minute or two?
You don't get to make that choice. You can ask the chair if you want to do
Oh,
that.
chair.
You don't get to ask that.
Chair, may I suggest that we do that?
Let's finish this first.
It might affect.
Let's finish
or
this
help
first.
us finish it.
Nope, let's finish this first. Once it's done, I'll ask Peter if he has any concerns. I'll let him speak to it.
Okay, so I believe we're striking 2 through 4 and we're going back to the first one, which has kind of the multiple questions included, but let me just have everyone take a moment to, is this right?
Is that where we're in?
I understand, has demand disappeared?
No, we need to leave. No, we need to leave a demand question in as well.
Do we agree to strike? And
I don't,
we should put those back.
Put them back.
yeah, we didn't agree to strike them.
Strike them.
I think you can strike 2. And 1 is kind of long and unwieldy right now. I think as you were thinking through your sentence, Vice Chair Mater, it grew, so.
Just for clarity, when you talk about the associated financial impacts, are you talking about associated alternative water supplies and their financial impacts
I mean,
by
At the end of the day,
implied?
they're providing us with their expected future financial projections, which are the cost of meeting their requirements,
Okay.
right? And so we want to know how changes in the assumptions about demand impact those costs.
The supply scenarios.
Supply
and then the
scenarios and associated-
financial, dollar amounts.
And I think we want the
Exactly.
same on the demand scenario, so also for number 2.
And the word demand should be in number 2 before
Correct.
scenarios.
We might use the
No, no,
structure of
no.
one.
Not there before the word alternative. I mean, after the word alternative, before scenarios.
Could we just ask them to please provide a similar sensitivity analysis on alternative demand scenarios? Like use the sentence.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I would want it to be a significant reduction. I don't want to see, okay, yeah, we reduced it by 2%. I mean, the good part about being a little
Sure.
more specific is, that, we at least provide a range. So I kind of like having the specifics in there.
So
Personally.
maybe demand scenarios, including the Finance Bureau assumptions
Perfect.
and bullet A. I think that's fine. I'm not sure what the first part of this number 2 is doing, but is it risk projections?
I think it should be parallel to the first one.
Could we, ask about what, are we looking for the risk of running out of water and what does it mean to run out of water? I mean.
Commissioner Mike, please. Sorry, guys, I've got the AV folks on me.
Maybe a 50% reduction being imposed.
Just think we should be more specific about what we want. And I think that's a very good one because this is the thing that's informing our One Water plan.
Right.
How are we amending number 2?
What is the impact on the risk projection requiring a 50% reduction using the following alternative demand scenarios? And then it would be the Finance Bureau assumptions and current usage informed by the latest OSCA, which would be sub-bullets.
I guess I would just say that in addition to that risk projection, similar understanding of the associated financial impact would be valuable.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, one more time. Where do you want financial impacts?
What is the impact on the risk projections and associated financial impacts? In parentheses, costs. It doesn't quite
No, it doesn't.
go there,
either.
does it? So we're looking at what is the likelihood of a 50% demand reduction?
How does a 50?
Come on.
Chair, a couple options. We could take a break if one of the commissioners wanted to spend 5 minutes working on this language off of a mic that we could then portray to folks. And
Why don't
also,
we take a 5-minute break and let you guys just work on this? Okay? So we reconvene in 5 minutes.
thanks.
You can all work individually.
No.
You can't work together.
Yeah, if you could, maybe just Commissioner Motter, can you and I just sit and try and articulate
Yes.
the,
And why don't you ask Commissioner Croft?
and Commissioner Croft,
And the-
let's just sit in front of my
and the
computer
two of
for a
you
couple
just go down
minutes.
there and- Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
A lot easier to have two people do it than seven people.
Okay, do we get there?
I mean, I think we're close.
All right.
I hope so.
All right, let's come back. Let's go back in session.
Can you add the word design before drought on the first question? Less severe design drought on the second line, first question.
All right.
And
So-
take out the apostrophe and it's bugging me.
Oh.
The English comma, point one.
You're gonna have to deal with that.
This is so much better. Okay. Are we good with this? Okay,
Commissioners?
all right. I'm gonna move this. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
You,
Take the
do you
roll.
want to call the roll? Oh, yeah, Peter, I did. Peter, I did ask.
Could
yes.
I ask one question? Is this the letter or is this the intro?
No, this is the letter.
The letter, okay. Thank you.
Peter Dreckmeyer, Tuolumne River Traps. So the issue of BOSCA demand projections came up, and actually that's the problem. They give demand projections to the SFPUC, and that's where the inflation is. So what we did in 2002, we convinced them to do a sensitivity analysis. Their scenario A is what they've always done, and that's what went in. That's what goes in the urban water management plan. Scenario E was using California Department of Finance population projections, and that showed demand staying flat despite population growth over the next 25 years. So you got to be really careful when you say demand projections, and if you give the PUC a date of at the end of this year, they're going to wait that long. So with the PUC, you got to be super specific and don't give them any opportunities to fudge. I like the direction this is going. I mean, we had to, basically the information that triggered the One Water Plan, the 50% rationing.
Peter, can I cut you off just to BOSC was doing new demand projection models
Right.
that hopefully are less inflated.
Yeah, there will be, and there'll be like a sensitivity. So
Great. So can you help us modify this? Do we say the latest demand projections, including high and low scenarios, like minimum and maximums?
I would say
What do I say?
I would use their 2022
Okay,
demand study, use their high and low,
the high and
which is
low.
what Palo Alto did in the One Water Plan, which
Yeah.
was great.
Yeah.
And yeah, they will be lower this time around, but we don't want to wait to find out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so fine. We will, is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so current and current usage informed by BOSCA
They're
2022 project, or
Demand study.
2022, or by the BOSCA 2022 demand projection study,
Yeah,
high and low scenarios.
perfect. And I'll try to be really quick. We had to do a lot of investigative work to really understand what's going on. And so we created this water supply calculator. We got all the data. And so we can crunch all these numbers ourselves. But unless they come from the PUC, they're just like, oh, well, that's your analysis. It's like, well, what's yours? What's wrong with ours? So they were forced by the commission to create what they call a water supply worksheet. And basically you can ask them to do things like take 1 year off of the design drought, super clear, easy to do. Use your finance bureau sales projections, super easy to do. Come up with, show the results and what's the annual deficit. And then that's what would be needed in the alternative water supply plan. So if they did that, basically it would say, we would need to develop 20 to 25 million gallons per day to meet this new design drought. And so I'm telling you that, I know that's the case, but in a half hour, they can produce that for you. And then the argument should be, it's like, okay, well, that's the low end of what we might, and then you've got your high end already. And then you have information to really have a discussion. So thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Peter, can I just ask you very directly, are there any edits that you would recommend to the UAC?
Let me take a.
I don't know, I don't know what to ask that question.
Okay, so number 4 is there are 3 droughts. The 3 most recent droughts are looked at in the long-term vulnerability assessment. And you ask, what would storage have looked like had the Bay Delta plan been in effect? So what they will do is they'll say, oh, okay, we're going to use the demand that was real during those time periods, and we're going to throw in the design drought. So what would be more helpful at current demand? So basically, if 87 to 92 drought happened right now at current demand with the Bay Delta plan in place, how would that impact things?
Okay, so what would the storage levels have been if the Bay Delta plan were implemented under current demands or under current demand?
Yeah, and you use the word historic. I would take that out.
Okay.
You'd say something like, what if the 87 to 92 drought repeated, demand was what it is today, and the Bay Delta plan were in effect?
So looking back on
Could we take out the looking back?
Sure, we could say.
Using the 3
Using
droughts.
the 3 using the 3 drought, using the 3.
Using the 3 droughts presented
To-
in
in
long-term
line-
vulnerability
okay.
assessment.
Great.
All right.
Could we add a comma between were implemented and under current demand?
Why don't we just start by saying using current demand and the 3 droughts presented in the long term. Great.
So I think this is great. Number 3, I don't fully understand. It's kind of open-ended, but it'll be interesting to see how they respond. So it doesn't hurt to have that in there. But I think you basically, how does shortening the design drought using reasonable, realistic demand projections impact the water supply deficit that needs to be made up for with expensive alternative water supplies? That's what we want to get at.
Exactly.
Thank you for all the time you've put into this. This doesn't happen anywhere but Palo Alto. We're very fortunate.
All right, thank you, Peter. All right, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
All right, it's now 10 o'clock, and so I don't think we're going to get to our last item. Can we reschedule that?
Sure. It will need to be in April, just given timing of things. So we'll move it to next month's meeting and adjust the tentative accordingly.
Is there any way you think, any suggestions to make that portion earlier? Mine would be to have a lighter meeting so we can spend some time on it.
Sure. We need to get through gas and electric rates. We will meet with the budget subcommittee, obviously, in advance of that meeting. So what we perhaps could do is just do the gas and electric rates, frankly, potentially delay time of use in terms of electric, which I think is okay from an implementation standpoint. There's a lead time on that anyway, and do the work plan.
Okay.
So that'll be 3 pretty decent sized items.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right. Future topics for upcoming meetings. Do we have anything we need to talk about there?
Yeah,
Do you have anything for that? Future topics before we go to the, did you have anything you wanted to say? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make one suggestion out of the work plan. Would it be, as a process, might we address that by exception? You know, like if we're happy, we've now seen the list, and if everybody's happy with item 7, just to say, okay, that's great, and move on to the ones where that we need some discussion.
No, I think that's a really good approach. We'll go through the work plan. I think I'll take that approach. I agree with you.
Okay, great. Okay, then meetings, we had 2 meetings. This is the time.
Yeah, there's the work plan. I think you're right. Think carefully on the work plan. If you're happy with the way it's written out, because you have stuff under the work plan already, right?
So the work plan that is currently written is there's a draft, which is the kind of standard work plan. And then there were about 14 different suggestions from commissioners of things to be added. So I think the discussion is, of those 14, should any of them be added, all of them be added, none of them be added, and in which manner? We tried to provide information, obviously, in that item to help educate the commission on kind of activities underway to help that deliberation process. And so if there's an alternative method that would be helpful, I think we as staff are happy to adjust. Alternatively, Chair, if you wanted to actually take up that item tonight, frankly, instead of deferring it, you could take it up simply to appoint a subcommittee if you wanted to.
No, I don't think I want to appoint a subcommittee.
Is it possible to run a offline vote of which, like where we would just survey or rank
No,
order?
it's
No.
not.
No. The item is Brown acted, so frankly, at this point, commissioners should be honoring that Brown Act in alignment with development of items on the plan.
Okay.
May I say something on just the last agenda item? Sorry for going back, but just a reminder, or how quickly can we get this project, this paper that we just worked on so hard to council? Because of the Bosca board meeting that I think is 20th of March. If we don't make that, I believe we lose 3 months, maybe 2 or 3 months.
I don't know the Bosca board meetings posting dates. I can tell you right now, the earliest I can get this on council is probably March 24th. That packet will go out next week.
I did lose in the previous motion whether this goes to, is this something that's going to Bosca now still? Or
No, just goes to council.
it goes to council, they do what they will?
Correct.
And we can get it on council, well, how quickly will it get to council?
I need to check on whether or not this needs to be on consent or action, if I'm being terribly honest with the commission. So the earliest I can get it on consent would be the 24th of March. If it needs to be an action item for their discussion, that will not happen until April at the earliest, if not May. That is something to be reviewed and discussed with the mayor and the city manager as part of their agenda setting process that guides council's agendas.
And if it's on the consent calendar, they could also pull it off and then it would be April
Correct.
as well. Yeah.
Frankly, if they would wait till the end of March to pull it, it likely wouldn't be heard until May.
Okay. Yes.
So on the topic of future topics, Commissioner Tucker and myself, pursuant to the chair's opening the floor in terms of ideas on how we might improve the process behind UAC, had at least 3 ideas on improving that process. And very briefly, one is thinking through a process for drafting advisories to the council, similar to what we've done tonight, I think. Two is clarifying for all parties involved what is a daily operation and should appear before the UAC, and what otherwise might appear before the consent calendar for council. And then also a way of tracking follow-up items. Sometimes commissioners have questions during the meetings. Staff says, hey, we'll follow up on that. I think it'd be useful to have a tracking system. Staff probably already has one internally, but making that transparent and visible to commissioners. So those were kind of three initial ideas we had. We were curious how would be the best way to discuss these, agendize these. Some options we had thought about are maybe drafting a commissioner's memo on this topic and getting it on the agenda that way, but we're also happy to go about it in a different way.
Okay, I'll think about it. I mean, I'll think about it and get back to you.
Well, then I'll say another word on it, and that is the idea of the advisory, which was the first point that Commissioner Gupta mentioned, is that we've somehow formalized a standing agenda item. It might be a very, very short agenda item, 60 seconds, at the end of each meeting to recap what has come up in tonight's meeting that needs an advisory to council. In some meetings, there'll be nothing. In others, there'll be one or two items. The advisory would take the form of a short write-up, a paragraph, a half page, or it might also require someone from commission to go physically to a finance committee meeting or a council meeting just to be there to answer questions or to say a few words or whatever. This means that we as a body at the end of each meeting would talk for a minute or five as to, was there anything tonight that we covered that we need, given council's agenda and schedule for the next 4 weeks, to advise on. Finally, in order to do anything in rapid follow-up, we would need a standing subcommittee, 3 people from this group, whose job it would be to take whatever commission has decided needs advisory and then do it. In other words, to draft, edit, and the 3 people on this subcommittee to then say, okay, send it. So that this can take place within a week, not within 6 weeks of each of our meetings.
Me and Vice Chair Matter will take it up with staff.
I would like to agendize an item on a discussion of the reserves. We have a lot of discussion about, well, we need to put money back in reserves, or maybe we don't. And I have a lack of understanding about what the rules are about what is in each type of reserve, how the reserves interact among both within water, gas, and the others, but also among that. You know, I was again very much struck by the fact that there is this assumption on part of the lenders that that the total reserves across the utility were somehow relevant to a particular bond issue. And I have Patrick Mahomes always assuring me that using bundling saves money. So I'd love to discuss those and agendize that.
Okay, so we'll agendize that.
I think that's a work plan item that you guys should be talking about
I was gonna
next
say.
year, or I'm sorry, next month as part of your plan for the
Let's
next year.
do that.
Yeah.
Let's-
All right. What do we have left on the agenda? I think
Meetings.
meetings. Anyone do any meetings or anything they want to discuss? Yes.
All right, 2 meetings. 2 meetings I'd like to just report on. February 11th, Commissioner Gupta and I met with Director No, CO Kurotori, and Office of Emergency Services Director Ken Duker, and some other folks from CPAU. It was very well staffed by utility, so we really appreciate that. And basically what the outcome was, to work with Ken Duker and his team. First of all, sharing public information on emergency preparation. Some of the work that's being done at OES and with CPU is not public. And then they noted that, which is mentioned in the work plan discussion, ongoing disaster preparation audit, mostly focused on wildfires though. And also Director Knows has suggested put this on the UAC work plan. So that's the outcome of the meeting. The second meeting was on February 12th. Myself, Commissioner Phillips, Commissioner Tucker, again, CEO Kurtori, and a bunch of other folks from CPAU. CPAU actually is seeing, this was about grid mod, and CPAU is seeing increased demand for electricity. They indicated they're very deeply into considering new technology, which is one of our main concerns, whether grid mod is considering impacts of new technologies. Jonathan Ebenschein also was on the meeting, and he addressed how SCAP impacts and also how grid mod enables new technologies. I think we were perhaps a little unsatisfied by the outcome that we asked for detailed goals and plan to address the issues, particularly SCAP impacts, technology impacts. And there was also a remark we felt need to communicate to the public. I think Commissioner Tucker made the comment that proponent of grid mod, but don't see the why in some of the past presentations that we've had. So I think there's a consensus among the commissioners that were at the meeting that we need to see more depth in what the goals are and how we're going to get there. And CEO Kurtori agreed to present, I think it was scheduled for July. That's my recollection, my notes from the meeting. Okay. So, and that's also proposed as a work plan element.
Okay, great. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I had a meeting with Professor Ram Rajagopal at Stanford University about potential collaborations with Palo Alto Utilities moving forward, particularly on grid mod, on the subject of what technologies we should be looking at. I thought it was a very productive conversation. I'm hoping that we can set up a meeting between him and Jonathan to discuss grid mod and maybe think through, maybe this could be the seed of broader and more regular collaborations with Stanford.
I'm planning to attend a one-day power conference at Berkeley on March 21st. Went to it last year. I found it extremely interesting. A lot of insights about using price to adjust how to electric cars charging. I've sent the information already to Kaylee, and she can, if you could forward it to the others, that would be great. Early bird registration by the 7th. So if you want to go, probably let them know soon. I think they'll pay registration for you.
Can you tell us the date again? I thought you said March
It
1st.
is March 21st.
21st. Okay, thanks.
What's the name of it, the event?
It's the Power Conference. It's the Haas School of Business. It says Power Conference on Energy Research and Policy. Missing commas, however. Let me get to them.
Sounds good. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, then with that, motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
I'll second. All in favor, just raise your hand. And we are adjourned.